with that, I'm going to ask if the board would please rise for the flag salute. Yeah. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. At this time, I will call on the district clerk to take a roll call.
Adam Smith.
Present.
Julie Epstein.
Here.
Sandra Alvarez.
Here.
Deborah Brooks.
Not present.
Rachel Gilliard.
Not present.
Nanette Melkonian.
Here.
Jessica Mawani.
Here.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to adopt tonight's agenda. That's the March 24th, 2026 agenda. Do I have a second? Ms. Epstein, all in favor? 5-0. Tonight's agenda is thankfully adopted. With that, we are thrilled to welcome the Weber Jazz Band under the direction of Jenna Lean to our meeting. And we will pass it off to you.
Hi everybody, thank you so much for coming to watch us perform. We're going to be performing our rock tune tonight called Running on Nitro, and we have one soloist on trumpet, Mr. Ben Milgram. Please enjoy.
right, they convinced us. Music gets funded another year. Okay. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to reconvene to executive session to discuss the employment of particular persons and seek advice from counsel. Do I have a second? Ms. Epstein? All in favor? 5-0. We are recessed to executive session. We'll be back at 7:30.
Check 1, 2. Hey, hey, 2, check 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2.
apologies to everybody for our tardiness in executive session, but it does sometimes, maybe often happen. Okay. I'm going to call on District Clerk, please, to take, I'd like to make a motion to reconvene in public session. Is there a second? Ms. Epstein, all in favor? 7-0. Well, technically 5-0, because we have to call the others back into roll call. But if you would please take a roll call. District Clerk?
Adam Smith.
Present.
Julie Epstein. Here. Sandra Alvarez. Here. Deborah Brooks. Here. Rachel Gilliar. Here. Nanette Melkonian. Here. Jessica Milwani. Here. Kaylin Costello. Here.
Thank you very much. Again, apologies. I know it's a little bit late, and it appears that we have a fair amount of speakers tonight, but I am going to quickly try to run through this opening statement. So, good evening and welcome to tonight's meeting. I would like to first begin by recognizing several outstanding achievements. Congratulations to Olivia Kostka on being named one of Newsday's top 100 softball players. In that same spirit, congratulations to Eric Sutz on being named New York State Coach of the Year by the National Federation of State High School Associations. An extraordinary honor that reflects both excellence and dedication. We also congratulate our boys basketball team on an impressive season as Nassau County AAA finalists, and our Challenger basketball team for completing another meaningful and successful season. Our performing arts programs continue to shine as well. Shriver's production of The Little Mermaid captured audiences, the imagination of our community, while Weber's Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat was a vibrant and joyful celebration of student talent. In addition, Night of 1,000 Strings at the Tillis Center was a celebrated success, showcasing the remarkable skill and dedication of our student musicians. Across the district, our students continue to engage and achieve in so many ways, celebrating diverse cultures, competing in Scrabble tournaments, physics Olympiads, and Model United Nations debates, addressing food insecurity through outreach efforts, and even gaining real-world financial exposure with a visit to the New York Stock Exchange. This breadth of opportunity is a testament to the strength of our programs and the commitment of our educators. Turning to tonight's work, we are well into our budget development process, with adoption scheduled for April 14th. This evening's presentation will continue to outline the financial initiatives aligned to our annual goals as we move towards the close of this process. As always, this remains a proposed budget until formally adopted. However, we are encouraged by the position we are in at this stage. In parallel with this budget work, Ms. Brooks, Ms. Alvarez, and myself have had the opportunity to meet with Senator Martins and other local representatives to advocate for increased financial aid for our district, as well as greater flexibility in how universal pre-K funding can be utilized. We deeply appreciate the opportunity to sit down with our representatives for these conversations and their willingness to listen and engage thoughtfully with the needs of our community. We're grateful to New York State for the continued support of the Universal Breakfast and Lunch Program, as well as the increase in UPK funding, and will continue to advocate to ensure that these resources can be allocated in a way that best meets the needs of our students and community. On behalf of the board, I would also like to extend our sincere appreciation to Ms. Manuel, Dr. Posse, and all of the administrators and staff who have contributed to building this budget. Their thoughtful, detailed work ensures that our financial plan continues to support student success while maintaining a long-term fiscal responsibility. We remain proud of the work happening across our schools and grateful for the continued partnership of our community. Together, we will continue to build on our strengths, support every student, and move our district forward with purpose and pride. And with that, we move to our superintendent report.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Since our last Board of Education meeting, there's been a great deal happening across the district. Now that we've officially reached the start of spring, I'm glad that the winter weather is behind us. That said, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the extraordinary work of our facilities department in response to last month's snowstorm. Even on a day when we had to close schools, they were out working in the storm to ensure our buildings and grounds were ready for a safe return. Their effort was exceptional and deserves recognition. I also want to thank our teachers and families for their flexibility during our remote instruction day. We know that remote learning asks more of everyone, and we're grateful for the care and commitment that made that day successful. Overall, the transition went smoothly with only a small number of minor technology issues reported. As we look ahead, next year's calendar provides additional flexibility, with 2 built-in snow days before any need to transition to remote instruction. With that, I'm hopeful we'll not need to talk about snow again this year, and hopefully not next. I also want to take a moment to share that I had the opportunity to attend an interfaith clergy meeting earlier this month, which brought together faith leaders from across Port Washington and neighboring communities to meet with superintendents from the area. The purpose of the meeting was to strengthen relationships, hear directly from faith leaders about what they're seeing in their communities, and begin a dialogue around areas of shared interest in support of students and families. The conversation was thoughtful and grounded in shared concerns. Faith leaders spoke about challenges they're seeing among young people and families, particularly related to student well-being, belonging, and navigating an increasingly complex social environment. We also discussed how schools approach issues of inclusion and cultural understanding and the importance of continuing that work thoughtfully and respectfully. We also took the opportunity to discuss changes to the universal pre-K outlined in the governor's proposed budget, particularly given that several of the community-based preschool programs serving our families are connected to organizations represented in the room. It was helpful to hear their perspectives as we continue to explore ways to expand access to preschool through the funding provided in the state budget. Building on that conversation, I want to briefly update the board on developments at the state level related to the budget. The state Senate and Assembly have released their one-house budget proposals, both of which include notable changes to school funding compared to the governor's original proposal. In both proposals, there's an increase to the guaranteed minimum foundation aid. As you know, the governor's proposal included a 1% increase, which was below the previously established 2% floor. We are encouraged to see movement in both houses and remain hopeful that the final budget will include a more favorable adjustment to foundation aid. Both houses also support the governor's proposal to significantly expand universal pre-K funding. As currently proposed, all school districts would be required to offer pre-K to every 4-year-old whose families request a seat by the 28-29 school year. This expansion can be implemented through partnerships with community-based organizations, which aligns with the model we're seeking to utilize, given our space constraints. We will continue to learn more as details emerge and plan to meet with our community-based partners to better understand their capacity, interest, and how we might work together to support this expansion in a way that best serves our families. In the same vein of community partnerships, I'd like to shift to an update on safety and security. Earlier this month, we convened our Emergency Preparedness Committee, which includes school personnel, former law enforcement professionals, and representatives from the Port Washington Police Department. The purpose of this group is to regularly review our practices, assess areas for improvement, and ensure that our protocols remain aligned with best practices. During this meeting, we reviewed the security enhancements implemented this year, as well as those planned for in the 26-27 school year, which will be discussed in greater detail later this evening as part of the budget presentation. We also discussed updates related to cybersecurity, which continue to be an important area of focus. In addition, the group reviewed our behavioral threat assessment process and discussed recent security-related incidents from school districts across Nassau County. These conversations are an important part of ensuring that we remain proactive, coordinated, and responsive in our approach to student and staff safety. I want to acknowledge and thank the Port Washington Police Department for their ongoing partnership. Their collaboration is an important part of our collective efforts to maintain a safe and secure school. Before I conclude my report, I want to take a moment to recognize the work of our students and staff. Mr. Smith highlighted some of these. I'll just underscore a few of them. At the high school, we've seen strong accomplishments across academics, research, and co-curricular programs. The recognition of 5 National Merit finalists is one example of exceptional achievement. Our physics club competed in the 2026 Physics Olympics and earned 4th place overall, and our DECA students competed against peers from across New York State, placing in the top 10 in their respective events. In addition, our research students continue to participate in competitions and demonstrate strong results. I also want to recognize the Schreiber robotics team for a strong showing at the first robotics competition held at Hofstra University. competing over 3 days against 48 teams from across Nassau, Suffolk, and New York City. The team earned a top 20 finish, their best result since 2012. Congratulations to the student team and their advisors for this accomplishment. Across the district, we've also seen meaningful opportunities for students to connect and grow beyond the classroom. Each of our elementary schools hosted multicultural events, including Lunar New Year celebrations, bringing students and families together to celebrate and learn from one another's tradition. We also welcomed motivational speaker Rohan Murphy, who shared his story of overcoming adversity and spoke with students about resilience, perseverance, and a growth mindset. I also want to recognize Salem math teacher Eric Sutz for being named New York State Softball Coach of the Year. Congratulations to Eric on this well-deserved honor. And I'm proud to share that the Port Washington School District has been named a recipient of the New York State Art Teachers Association Community of Excellence in Visual Arts designation. Port Washington is one of only 26 districts across the state to receive this recognition in its inaugural year. Congratulations to our student artists, our teachers, and to Mr. Scully, our Director of Creative Arts, for this outstanding achievement. Finally, looking at tonight's presentation, tonight's agenda, this evening we will begin our discussions of the proposed 26-27 school district budget. This is a budget that reflects the priorities we've been discussing throughout the year, and it's designed to strengthen instruction, expand student opportunities, and continue investing in the systems that support our work across the district. It includes a comprehensive staffing plan, as well as targeted investments in curriculum, student support, safety, technology, and facilities. I'm proud of the work that's gone into developing this budget and look forward to sharing it with you this evening. Let me now turn to the Assistant Superintendent reports. I'd like to begin with Dr. Shields to give you an enrollment update.
Good evening. The last enrollment report was calculated on March 18th. At that time, kindergarten through 12th grade enrollment was a total of 5,078 students. That's compared to 5,271 students just 1 year ago.
Thank you, Dr. Shields. To discuss our capital reserves, I would like to invite Ms. Manuel and Mr. Graham.
Good evening. So, as you know, in May of 2024, the community authorized $4,055,000 to be appropriated and expended from the Facilities Improvement Program 1 Capital Reserve Fund for anticipated upgrades and improvements to district-wide incoming electrical service at all 7 school buildings. An in-depth service usage diagnostic study was conducted at all 7 school buildings. Following the study, the district's architect and engineer advised that neither Daly Elementary School, South Salem, nor Schreiber High School require additional electrical infrastructure upgrades to accommodate air conditioning expansion. Planning phases for the upgrades to Guggenheim, Manor Haven, and Sousa have been completed, and estimated timelines for equipment delivery should be received shortly. We're awaiting PSCG coordination schedules and hope to begin work on the 3 elementary schools this summer. Planning phase for Weber is still underway, and we're hopeful to begin work in the summer of 2027. Being that Salem Elementary School was updated when the building was reopened in 2004, Daly Elementary School was upgraded when the annex was built in 2004, and Schreiber High School was upgraded in 2024 as part of the recent bond. The following amounts may actually be returned to the capital reserve. So there's $465,000 associated with Daly. There's $425,000 for Salem, and an additional $985,000 for Schreiber High School, which leaves $1,875,000 that can be returned to the capital reserve. This would leave a balance of $4,019,305 in the actual reserve.
Tonight, we're recommending the district continue to work with the architects and engineers to develop a scope of work for the balance of the air conditioning and HVAC equipment. We'd like to include a third proposition to seek voter approval to appropriate to expend up to $3.5 million from the capital reserve to cover upgrades to the HVAC equipment where needed. This would move us closer to ensuring that most large areas would also have access for air conditioning to meet regulations related to the heat temperature bill.
Thank you.
Does the board have any questions?
Do you want to ask yours first? I know, like, as it relates to kind of the process of how this worked, where, you know, we estimated what we were going to need for those improvements at the 7 buildings, and then finding out, I think, quite some time later, and I think the board learned about it in the last week or so, unless I'm wrong, about not needing it at 3 buildings. Can you help us kind of understand, like, what happened in the intervening time? I know it was talked about at budget and facilities, but I'm not caught up on that.
Sure. So there was a process where the electrical engineers came in, they put data loggers on the systems to determine what type of usage the buildings were having. Obviously, we want to do that in the warmer months when we're using the most amount of electricity, not July and August when we have reduced usage, but September and June when not only are the buildings operating to their max capacity, but we're also using as much electrical amps for BTUs and cooling. So they do that process, they determine how much capacity the building is using, what's available, and that was determined that if the infrastructure that exists could support additional load, including air conditioning the gyms, air conditioning some of the large spaces, and air conditioning the balance of the classrooms. And it was determined at those 3 locations that the electrical infrastructure is adequate to support additional loads.
Okay, so follow-up, that makes perfect sense. Follow-up question to that. I remember when we had some power outages at Schreiber, there was talk of that main line coming in from the feeder was so old that it was crumbling as the technicians were trying to fix it, and that we would be addressing that in part of this work. What happened to that piece of it? Because I know that was part of the sale on this, was that the infrastructure was so aged it had to be replaced at the end-line box.
The Schreiber infrastructure was replaced as part of the bond. It was replaced last summer, and that was from the vault, which is underground outside of the administration building, all the way into the building, new main switch gear, et cetera. The only piece that's remaining to be determined, and as Ms. Manuel mentioned, there's still some discussion about Weber. Right now, we do have one main service that comes up Campus Drive, and it does feed all 3 buildings. There is potential that we could separate that further down the line, which would maybe give us greater redundancy in the event of an emergency.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
At the last Budget and Facilities Committee meeting, when this was discussed, there was some conversation around whether the language that governs the use of the reserve would allow for the scope of work that's being considered for the HVAC improvements. Has that been resolved, or are those conversations still ongoing?
Yeah, so just to clarify, the question was originally the $4 million that was appropriated originally. That really spoke only to the infrastructure upgrades. It didn't speak to the HVAC, so it was very specific. So that's why we need to return it first. And the way the reserve was set up, this is definitely an allowable expenditure.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to now turn to Kaylin Costello to give her ex officio student board report.
Good evening. Following last month's board meeting, I finalized my grading policy survey and, with the assistance of Dr. Baer, distributed it to all high school students. The survey was open from the evening of Sunday, February 22nd, through the morning of Wednesday, February 25th. In total, I received 219 responses, representing approximately 14% of the student body. Participation was evenly distributed across all 4 grade levels. I presented a full analysis of the survey results at the Board Policy Committee meeting on February 27th. Several key themes emerged from the data, which I will touch upon now. First, the survey responses primarily reflect the perspectives of high-achieving students. These students place a strong emphasis on fairness and consistency in grading practices, and they respond most strongly to policies that affect perceived competitive advantage. Second, incentive-based structures are broadly supported. Students respond positively to systems that reward effort and allow them to outperform their previous averages. Additionally, students seem to respond to the number of high-stakes finals or assessments independent of total content reviewed. Third, fairness is a central value, but many high-achieving students indicate they will work hard regardless of grading practices. Many report that grading practices carry no measurable impact on motivation. Fairness is about values, not output. Regarding weighting policies, reducing honors or AP weighting generated the most intense reactions in the survey. However, it is important to note that these strong responses do not correspond with reduced academic ambition. The vast majority of these students still intend to enroll in rigorous courses and maintain their current academic commitments. This suggests that what we are observing is not disengagement or withdrawal from academic ambition, but rather competitive anxiety. In contrast, quarter weighting appeared to be a low-impact issue. Responses were often mixed or neutral and frequently indicated no meaningful effect on student motivation, suggesting that this policy area may be less clearly understood by students. Another important takeaway is that there are ongoing misconceptions about GPA calculations and the college admissions process. This remains an area where additional student education and communication would be beneficial. Overall, the data does not indicate that students are disengaging from academic rigor or moving away from honors and AP pathways. Instead, it highlights student anxiety around competitive positioning, a strong preference for stability, a positive response to incentive-based systems, and some misunderstandings regarding academic evaluation and college admissions. At the Policy Committee meeting, a question I raised at the last board meeting was also addressed. The committee discussed the upcoming ex officio student board member election, and my request to allow 12th grade students to vote in this year's election was approved. In addition, I've begun my second round of school visits. So far, I've met with students at Daly Elementary School, Weber Middle School, and Manor Haven Elementary School. At each school, I asked the same 5 questions centered around facilities and collected student responses. Across all 3 schools, overall student sentiment was positive. Students consistently described their school year as good, enjoyable, and engaging, with some even calling it their best year yet. At the same time, students shared a few areas where the facilities could be strengthened. Classroom conditions were generally viewed as sufficient, though some inconsistencies emerged. Across all schools, students noted challenges with temperature regulation, sharing that classrooms can at times feel too warm or too cool, with limited opportunity for adjustment. Students also mentioned occasional concerns with technology reliability, particularly when smartboards and computers were not working as expected. Bathroom conditions were the most consistently raised concern across all 3 schools. Students described issues with cleanliness, maintenance, and overall upkeep, including broken locks, non-functioning sinks or toilets, wet floors, and unpleasant odors. Many students expressed their desire to have paper towels in the bathrooms instead of only hand dryers. Importantly, many students acknowledge that their concerns regarding bathroom conditions are often the result of student behavior rather than custodial shortcomings. However, Manor Haven students noted that recent renovations have improved their bathrooms significantly. Student feedback on cafeterias and shared spaces was mixed. Across schools, students mentioned cleanliness and noise levels as concerns, as well as peers not cleaning up after themselves. In addition to these shared themes, each school raised several concerns that were unique to their individual experiences. At Daly Elementary School, students shared that having a bit more classroom space in some areas would better support movement and learning throughout the day. In particular, one classroom is described as feeling somewhat tight for the range of activities taking place. They also expressed their love for the new playground, as well as an interest in having more extracurricular opportunities available. Additionally, students mentioned occasional issues with classroom technology and a desire for more reliable access. At Weber Middle School, students raised a wider range of structural and procedural considerations. These included questions about ID scanning procedures and the home-based system, as well as concerns about transportation schedules, particularly the amount of time some students wait for buses after school. It is also worth noting that Shiber began scanning IDs this week, and students in the Shiber News Network highlighted the rollout in a story posted on their Instagram page last night. Weber students also shared a few areas where the student experience could be further improved. These included hallway and locker areas feeling crowded at times, limited time to eat when lunch lines are long, and interest in more variety in food options, as well as expanded access to the library during recess. Some students noted that when they receive lunch later in the period, it can feel rushed or like they don't have enough time to eat. Students also mentioned classroom comfort considerations, including ventilation noise, temperature regulation, and desk size. At Manor Haven Elementary School, students focused more on comfort and shared space design. They did not note any significant issues in classrooms and instead discussed seating arrangements in the cafeteria, expressing a preference for smaller tables and more comfortable seating. Students also raised concerns about having lunch with significantly younger grade levels and suggested different groupings to remain with similar age groups. Additionally, they mentioned the need for improved assembly spaces, such as an auditorium, as well as smaller logistical concerns like coat storage and classroom cleanliness. Students also provided thoughtful and constructive suggestions for improvement. Common ideas included improving temperature control and ventilation, maintaining and upgrading additional bathrooms, expanding food options, and improving lunch logistics, and creating more flexible and comfortable shared spaces. This demonstrates students' investment in their school. I also met with Guggenheim yesterday and am scheduled to meet with SUSET and Salem soon. I will present the responses and opinions from these 3 schools at the next board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that report. Where the classroom temperatures and ventilation is concerned, were the students reporting on a particular time of year? Because some of the classrooms, from experience, have been very hot in the winter. So do we have a sense as to whether the students were talking about in September, or they were too cold in September, too hot in September, too cold in December or February? Do you know?
A lot of the students didn't give me specifics regarding that, but except a few of them mentioned that when the AC turns on in the summer, it gets too cold, like the AC is too strong or something like that. And other times when there's no AC, they have to move to like different spaces in the building where they can work.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for that very thorough update. Sounds like you've been very, very busy. Appreciate that. Okay. So at this point, we are at the community comments part of our meeting. I just want to remind everybody that we go in order based on who's signed up on the list. I do have a photo of the list, so I'll start calling names out. But if anyone wishes to speak and has not signed up, please do so now while others are still speaking. Reminder, state your full name when you approach the microphone. Keep matters brief, not personal, and related to school matters. You will have 3 minutes to speak. The district clerk will alert you when there's 30 seconds remaining and when you're finished, and we ask that everyone please respect that time limit as we do have a number of speakers tonight. As always, if there's a specific question that is answerable, the board will do our best to address it at the following meeting under our old business section, and related questions may be combined. So with that, we will start with Ariadne Romeu.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Before I start speaking, I have copies of my speech and future references provided for your convenience. May I hand them out?
Sure, or if you leave it in the folder there, it'll get distributed electronically to the board, so whichever you prefer. But you're welcome to bring them up as well.
Okay. Thank you. May I begin?
The floor is yours, and we'll restart the time now. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Ariadne Brempu, and I am a senior at Schreiber. I'd like to start my speech off tonight by giving a big thanks to the school board for their focus on student well-being in prior years. I am joined tonight by some of my Schreiber peers to continue the vital discussion regarding student well-being. With my peer support, we would like to implement an AP cap and a redefinition of success metrics in order to prioritize student mental health and academic longevity. There is a focus on adding endless AP classes when this is detrimental to the mental health at Schreiber. According to the secondary data presentation from the BOE meeting on November 18, 2025, in the school year of 2024 to 2025, the average student was taking 4 or more AP exams. While this statistic was presented in a positive light, given that the county average was 3.65 AP exams per student, it is actually an indicator of student burnout due to an overload of APs. Furthermore, in the program enhancements for years 2026 to 2027 board meeting in December 2025, there was a proposal for on-ramp APs, specifically offering AP seminar to freshmen. This means that on top of adjusting to high school, freshmen will also need to adjust to the sacrifice needed to excel in an AP class. An AP cap is the next natural step to protect student well-being. Specifically, a cap making it so freshmen can take 0 APs, sophomores can take a maximum of 2, juniors can take a maximum of 4, and seniors can take a maximum of 5. Contrary to some belief, this will not put students nor the school at a disadvantage. If anything, it will increase general success. Academics are undoubtedly an important part of any college acceptance. However, if we keep raising the bar for what it means to succeed academically, we are not only taking away the significance of such high academic achievement, but putting our students in a worse position than students at other schools. This is because academics are only one part of the holistic college process. So while colleges expect students to excel, they only evaluate this in the context of what is offered at that specific school, as supported by Yale, Harvard, MIT, and countless more elite institutions. Thus, where students are actually given the chance to differentiate themselves is through passion and true interest. But when students spend endless hours on homework and studying, there's simply not enough time in the day to complete extracurricular activities to a satisfactory degree and make time for mental health upkeep like sleep and hobbies. For comparison, take Friends Academy. They have a limit of 4 AP classes per student per year, with a maximum of 5 available in one given year. Due to requirements at their school, freshmen rarely take APs, sophomores take 1 or 2, juniors take 3 or 4, and seniors take 4 or 5. Still, they are rated the #1 school in Nassau County, and their students still end up going to top colleges. Scarsdale transitioned away from many APs to teaching their own advanced topics because they wanted more depth and less teaching just so their students do well in an AP exam. Still, they're the #1 school in Westchester. Sadly, we've lost our understanding of what success is about and what the point of school is. We want students to learn longevity, not burn out before they're even in college. As a brief preface, I have no siblings, I'm graduating, and I've taken a total of 13 AP classes myself. I'm speaking from experience here today and truly hope that together we can help transform excessive suffering into healthy and transformative struggle. Thank you.
Hope Fami. The next speaker is Hope Fami.
Before I start speaking, before I start speaking, I would also like to hand out the survey regarding AP participation and student well-being, so you guys can look it over while I'm reading. That's okay. Can I begin, or you guys?
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Hope Fami, and I'm a senior at Schreiber. The survey distributed by Ariadne Brempu received 370 responses from 9th to 12th graders between 4 p.m. on March 20th and 3:30 p.m. on March 23rd. generating a sample size that is 73% larger than the survey administered by the school. This reflects greater student urgency. It's also important to note that 85% of the 370 respondents are upperclassmen, the very students currently navigating the highest concentration of AP courses. When asked how many hours of sleep students were getting per night, 23.1% of 9th graders, 31.4% of 10th and 11th graders, and 34.7% of 12th graders said they were getting less than 6 hours of sleep. This shows an increasing trend of sleep deprivation throughout the years. When asked how many hours of homework and studying they had per night, 53.8% of 9th graders said 2 to 4 hours, and 21.5% of 10th and 11th graders, and 15.7% of 12th graders said 4 to 6 hours. This large academic commitment outside of school hours can be used to explain the students' sleep deprivation. When asked about their current stress level on a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being very high, 46% of 9th graders, 65.5% of 10th and 11th graders, and 40.5% of 12th graders answered 4 or 5. When asked how much academic pressure has taken away from happiness, 38.4% of 9th graders, 48.8% of 10th and 11th graders, and 47.1% of 12th graders answered 4 or 5. When 12th graders reflected on the pressure they felt during high school, 88.4% answered 4 or 5, 50.4% answering 5. Overall, these statistics represent stressed out students who are being deeply impacted by the academic pressure caused by school policies. When asked how many AP classes they're planning to take over their high school career, 23.1% of 9th graders and 25.1% of 10th and 11th graders said 10 or more. When seniors were asked the same question, as much as 20.7% said 8 to 10, and 14% said 12 or more, demonstrating that a large percentage of students end up overloading on APs. When asked if students have taken an AP just because they felt pressured to compete with other students, 59.2% of 10th and 11th graders and 70.2% of 12th graders answered yes. When 10th and 11th graders were asked whether maximizing the number of APs they take will benefit their college acceptances, 76.7% said yes. Likewise, when 12th graders were asked whether they believed the number of APs they took greatly determined what college they got into, 74.4% said yes. It's important to note that even the College Board itself, which has a financial interest in students taking more APs, urges students not to maximize APs. In summary, because Schreiber has yet to dispel the myth that maximizing APs leads to better college results by implementing an AP cap, there is an entirely unreasonable and dangerous tendency for students to sacrifice their mental health by overloading on APs. Tonight, we ask that the school board please help us change that.
Thank you. The next speaker is Regina McLean.
Good evening. My name is Regina McLean. I'm the proud president of the Port Washington Teachers Association. I represent over 500 caring and dedicated professionals. Tonight you'll be hearing about a proposal to eliminate math chairs and replace them with a math director. The PWTA continues to oppose this idea. In my 8 years as president, I've publicly spoken about many issues that affect our teachers and students, but I've never publicly spoken against a budget proposal. That alone should tell you something. Here are a few reasons why we oppose replacing chairs with a director. First, we don't believe a single director can meaningfully support all 3 levels of our schools, elementary, middle, and high school. The chair model is a sound, long-standing, and cost-effective structure that has served the Port Washington schools well. Chairs are teachers who work directly with students and alongside their colleagues. They're in the buildings every day and have a direct understanding of what is happening in classrooms. A director's role is to look at the big picture, not the day-to-day reality on the ground. These are fundamentally different roles. Although the proposed director would be responsible for K-12 curriculum oversight, we believe this work can be accomplished through existing staff and structures already available in the district without creating a new administrative position. The work of the chairs is valuable and necessary. If their positions are eliminated, who will do that work? We've been told that the director would take it on, but we do not believe that is a realistic expectation. And it raises a basic question. Why replace chairs who cost less than $20,000 per year with a director who would cost over $200,000? That is an additional $200,000 every single year. This is budgetary bloat, not a necessity. But you know what is a necessity? Supporting our struggling students. In recent years, the district has moved away from providing direct math AIS support to Tier 2 elementary students, and has instead placed that responsibility on classroom teachers, even for students performing as low as the 11th percentile. Data shows that at-risk students make substantial progress when they receive appropriate interventions, and that their growth suffers when those supports are insufficient. Right now, our current staffing, math AAS cannot adequately support kindergarten and first grade students. And the frequency of services in grades 2 to 5 falls below New York State recommendations. We estimate that the district needs 2 to 3 additional AIS math teachers at the elementary level. Hiring a math director will not address these urgent needs. Investing those funds in AIS staffing will. Thank you for considering this perspective.
John Schneller.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for taking time to listen. My name is John Schneller. I am a science teacher in the high school. I have only been here for about 20 years. In that short time, I've been a part of physics, research, STEM, robotics, and numerous other courses and activities. Undoubtedly, some of you recognize me as the teacher of your son or your daughter. You may know me as the teacher who wrote the letter of recommendation or went to the competition or helped with the team. I still recall my first impression when I came to Port Washington, having been familiar with multiple different districts locally and across the country, both as a coach and as a teacher. The difference in Port Washington was the level to which students and teachers would aspire to high levels of academic excellence along with extracurriculars. I recall when I first started here, an assistant principal explained to me that we hire because we know you're going to do well, and we will give you the resources and support to help our students, your children, to be their best. The cultural dynamic has been evident for most of my tenure here. I've seen many changes. I've worked with many colleagues, and I've helped many students along the way. I'm concerned. My goal has consistently been to help the students to be their very best, and I see that goal shared by so many of my colleagues who put their extra effort to find a way that a student can succeed and reach out to their administrators as an advocate for the resources that will lead them in the right direction. Increasingly, we are working to help all our students, and especially those in special ed and the ENL populations. There are 2 items being discussed in recent weeks that I believe are a cause for concern. These are the grading policy going through its first read tonight and the proposal for K-12 director position. I respectfully request that you reconsider these changes. I have read through the grading policy and I recognize some positives. However, I see an underlying concern that the teachers are not always searching for the best possible way to help students achieve their highest scores. I also see drawbacks that will not achieve the results that are best for our students. Our teachers put great effort into the design of activities and assessments that bring out the best in many varied students and who enter our classrooms. We look for their strengths and their unique differences. Not every student is the same, and not every class and teacher have the same dynamic. We work tirelessly together with our colleagues. Each of us has a different skill set, and we use that to reach the same basic standards. The same is true of the people here and the students that I encounter
1 minute
in class. I know that they can be successful. In fact, I have written the countless letters of recommendation, pointing out their unique skill sets, and each letter is unique to help them to get to their top level. That is the thing that is getting them to the place that many of them want to be, along with the things that they have done in their school. With respect to the K-12 director position, I am concerned that we are underestimating the value of having chair people who know the students very well through the daily interactions in a classroom setting. I have seen this model of director in other places, and I think that Schreiber High School and Port Washington are better than this. I have spoken with peers in other districts, even as recently as 2 weeks ago, when I was at one of the research competitions, and they were endorsing that, saying that we are the better district, and we have been the better district. I strongly urge you to reconsider each of these items on the agenda tonight. Thank you.
Serena Triani.
Good evening. My name is Serena Triani, and I am a fifth grade teacher at Guggenheim Elementary School. I've been a classroom teacher for over 30 years, and I am very lucky and proud to say that the past 18 years have been here in the Port Washington School District. In Guggenheim, there are approximately 500 students in attendance. For those 500 students, we have 1.5 math AIS academic instructional support teachers. In my classroom alone, 22% of my students require the support of a math AIS teacher, 4 out of 18. If we lowball that average to 20% across the building, that would mean that there is a possibility of 100 students at Guggenheim alone who need math AIS support. 100 potential students who are serviced by 1.5 people. I share this with you tonight in connection with the district's proposal of a K-12 math director. I find myself wondering why we are not allocating the funds for more math AIS teachers instead of funding a math director. More math AIS teachers means more quote-unquote boots on the ground to serve the students of Port Washington directly, the students who are the reason we do what we do every day. I respectfully ask the board to consider where the greatest need is and how best we can provide for the children of Port Washington. Thank you for allowing me the time to voice my concerns.
Andrew Vanella.
Good evening, Andrew Vanella, First Vice President of the PWTA. I'm here tonight to discuss 2 items on the Board of Education's agenda, directors and the proposed grading policy. I ask that the board reconsider their decision to create a new math director position that's intended to replace the chairs. There are several reasons why this model of administration will not be successful for our community. First, the math director position proposed will take the leader of the department out of the classroom and put the new hire into an office somewhere. That separates the leader of the department from the daily issues that we as teachers face teaching the children of the community in every school across this district. But not only does it separate the leader of the department from the issues that teachers face, worse, it separates them from the diverse students of the district and their diverse needs. Unable to experience the rapidly changing landscape of challenges that our students face firsthand, they will be more prone to errors in decision-making. Because a director will not teach one student, will not grade one paper, never stand in front of one classroom, all while costing $200,000, the prudent decision is to shelve the director position. Instead of jumping to a new, expensive director position, I ask that you try to work within the successful structure that we currently have. Turning to the proposed 5-page grading policy, it is impossible to say what needs to be said of it in a mere 3 minutes or the time remaining. I would like to note a few things though. To my knowledge, the vast majority of the districts that we compare ourselves to across the North Shore have a very short grading policy, some only 1 paragraph long. That's because grading policy within buildings should be developed by experts and consensus among all stakeholders. This document, as proposed, may very well create unintended consequences that would have a negative impact on the students of the district. In a large and diverse school system such as ours, this document hampers teacher ability to meet the students where they are. Our educators have the flexibility that allows students to take risks and not just experience the highest level classes we offer, but to succeed in those classes.
1 minute.
That is evidenced by both the high number of AP courses taken by our student body and the outstanding results achieved on those exams. Finally, contrary to what appears to be the opinion of many, the fact is that the teachers in this district encourage students to stay in AP and other advanced classes through differentiated instruction, not through lockstep instruction. I ask you to reconsider this policy and to place your trust in your administration team and the educators in the buildings throughout this district. Thank you.
The last speaker we have signed up is Jean Zay, so if there's any additional speakers beyond Ms. Zay, you can just, I don't have your name, so just if you signed up after her, just go right up yourself. Thank you.
Hi, Jean Zay. I am a community member. My 3 children are Schreiber graduates. I'm a teacher here, and I'm also Executive Vice President of the PWTA. I'm here to speak to you on behalf of the PWTA, which represents over 500 caring and dedicated professionals. Tonight, you're doing a first read of the new grading policy. I want to start by noting that the draft is 4.5 pages long. That is significantly longer than anything in nearby districts. Great Neck's policy is 1 paragraph. Syosset's 4 short paragraphs. Manhasset and North Shore are under 2 pages. Ours is 4.5. There's a reason those districts keep their policies brief. And the answer is actually in the first paragraph of your own draft. It says the board recognizes that the classroom teacher has the primary responsibility for monitoring student progress and determining student grades. Exactly. That's the point. When a policy becomes this long and detailed, it starts to lose clarity about its purpose. Instead of outlining the board's role at a high level, it's weighed down with specifics that blur the line between governance and micromanagement. It is not the board's role to design a grading system. New York State doesn't even require boards to have a grading policy at all. Teachers want to support our students and help them do their best, but parts of this policy tie our hands and make that harder. You may not see those impacts from a board perspective, and that's okay. But that's why we're asking you to trust the professionals you employ. Keep the policy focused on the big picture and let educators manage the details. I also want to address the Regents exam incentives. As written, they mainly benefit high-achieving students and do not offer equitable opportunities for our ENL students, our students with IEPs, or those in plus classes. We work with diverse learners who need flexibility and differentiated assignments. The current draft limits our ability to do that. So we encourage the board to revise this policy and narrow it to its essential purpose. Right now, it goes beyond the appropriate scope of board governance and into areas that should remain with educational professionals. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak who hasn't signed up? No? Going once, going twice? Okay. We're going to close community comments, and at this point, we're going to move to our first discussion item of the night. Turn it over to Dr. Posse, and I believe Ms. Manuel to present our preliminary budget presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So just make sure it's up.
You want to just pause? Just give. Anyone who came only for the community comments feel free to leave it. Yeah. We're going to be here a while, so no shame in it. Okay. So I guess the rest of you are going to stick it out with us. So with that, we'll continue.
Okay, so thank you very much. So tonight, Ms. Manuel and I will present our preliminary budget for the board's consideration. During this presentation, we will address some of the comments that you heard made tonight. Okay, sorry about that. So before turning to the details of the proposed budget, I'd like to briefly situate tonight's presentation within the broader budget development process. At the start of the school year, we engaged in a comprehensive goal-setting process grounded in the board's goals and our portrait of a graduate. That work established a shared understanding of the outcomes we were working toward and was translated into a set of priority areas focused on strengthening instruction, supporting student well-being, investing in professional learning, enhancing communication, and maintaining efficient operations and facilities. These priorities then served as the framework for the development of this budget. Over the past several months, we have brought forward a series of presentations to provide the board with a clear view of our programs, priorities, and future direction. We began this discussion grounded in student achievement data to ensure our work remains anchored in student outcomes. On December 16th, we presented program enhancements centered on strengthening foundational instruction, improving coherence across classrooms, and expanding student opportunities. On January 6th, we discussed long-term facilities planning, and on the 20th and February 10th, we further refined our budget development priorities. The preliminary budget we will discuss tonight is designed to advance those priorities. In particular, it reflects a continued focus on strengthening instructional outcomes, expanding student opportunities, and investing in the systems that support high-quality teaching and learning. This budget represents those priorities in action. I hope you'll see that there's much to be proud of in this budget. At the same time, it's important to acknowledge the financial pressures we are navigating, particularly the significant increase in health insurance premiums for both active and retired employees. Ms. Manuel will discuss that approximately 41% of the total budget-to-budget increase is attributable to employee benefits, with health insurance representing a substantial portion of that growth. This creates meaningful pressure on how we allocate the remaining resources as we work to advance the district's goals for the 26-27 school year. With that context in mind, it's important to ground this work in the foundation that guides our decisions. Each step of the budget development process has been guided by the district's priorities and long-term goals, grounded in our mission, vision, and portrait of a graduate. Our vision reflects our purpose as a district, to ensure that every student has the opportunity to pursue their natural curiosities, while being challenged and supported through meaningful learning experiences that prepare them to become fulfilled, lifelong learners. The 25-26 priority areas are built on a strong foundation. Our school district is in a position of strength. Our students achieve at high levels, our staff is deeply committed to their work, and our community supports our schools. Because of that strength, our work is focused on continuous improvement. We're building on what is already working well to ensure that our schools remain responsive and prepared for the future. These priority areas guide both the work and the investments reflected in this budget. At this time, I'll turn it over to Ms. Manuel to review the financial components of the proposed budget.
So this slide represents our allowable tax levy increase. This looks like a simple slide, but there's actually quite a bit that goes into this calculation. We did review it at the Budget and Facilities meeting as well as past meetings here. Every school district has their own specific allowable tax levy increase. This is based on certain exclusions that come out, such as our debt service and capital expenditures. So for our school district, the allowable tax levy is 3.25. The budget that we're going to be discussing tonight is actually slightly below the allowable tax levy increase. You can see that it's 4,305 below the allowable tax levy, which means a 3.25% over last year. This is slightly lower than where we were last year. This slide is showing your appropriations budget. So it's important to realize that the voters are actually voting on the appropriations budget. But what we now have to take into consideration is that tax cap that each school district is supposed to be underneath. So with this, we will only require a simple majority vote to pass it because we are not exceeding the allowable tax levy. Interesting to note, our appropriations budget is 3.43% over the prior year. And if you notice, the property tax levy is only 3.25%. So you see there's a bit of a difference, and that's because we had an increase in our state aid figures. So that offsets it, which explains why our taxes aren't going up as much as the budget. This provides an overview, a high-level view of the budget based on the object codes. So at our budget hearing or our budget adoption, we'll actually present it in a three-part format where it is actually looking at program, administration, and capital. This shows you equipment, salaries, employee benefits, and you can see the increase over the prior year. So we're at the 3.43% increase. This, I'm trying to provide visual representations for people, and the pie chart really does help reflect where our major expenses are, which is salary and employee benefits, which makes sense, and this is common for most school districts because students are our product, I guess, if you will, and our assets are our people. So you can see that 73% of our expenditures are related to total compensation. So this slide, it's called the waterfall slide, which I've never worked with before, but it is kind of telling. You can see that the increase, our 6.8% increase in the budget, what drives that increase? So you can see employee benefits even outpaces our salary increases. So the district has 17 retirements, which really did offset the increase in salaries and even our increase in employee benefits. This offers a shot of our estimated revenue. You can see the property tax is our $172 million increase over the prior year, and our state aid has increased about 1.5 over last year. So state aid is estimated to increase 7.9%. This is using the governor's proposal. If we should happen to get more aid, then that will definitely benefit the school district. We will be appropriating $2 million to offset the tax levy, as well as use of our reserves of $800,000. We do anticipate any available fund balance to actually go back and replenish some of the reserves that we're utilizing this year. So we did speak about a repair reserve. The district does not currently have a repair reserve. Many school districts have this, and it's something that the board actually voted to establish in January. So a board is allowed to establish it, but we do need voter approval to actually fund that reserve. So we're suggesting, and we are going out with a Proposition 2 that will help us receive, hopefully, voter authorization to fund this reserve. And it would be funded through either line items or residual funds at the end of the year. So this, again, is the proposition number 2, and this provides the wording for it, just in case anyone would like to see the actual wording. So this requires the authorization to be funded. If we do want to spend from this reserve, it would require a public hearing and 2/3 Board of Ed approval. And this is a reserve that we can use for unexpected large repairs that would happen. So an instance is at the high school we had that transistor that blew, which was on our street. We were required to repair that ourselves, and we had to delay doing some capital projects so that we could make those necessary repairs. That's an example of something we could have used. Or the chillers at the middle school, we had to actually rent air conditioning for the opening of school. That's something we could have used this funds for. And Proposition 3 is what Mr. Graham and I had just spoken about, asking for the approval of $3.5 million to work on air conditioning district-wide. And both of these propositions will have no impact to the tax levy.
Thank you, Kathy. So as Ms. Manuel just explained, staffing represents the largest component of our budget, so I'd like to take a few moments to talk about staffing. Approximately 73% of the district's budget is invested in staffing, underscoring the central role people play in delivering high-quality instruction and advancing student outcomes aligned with our district's goals and priority areas. The district currently has approximately 962 full-time employees, and next year the proposed budget supports 966 full-time employees. Staffing adjustments in this proposal result in a net budget impact of $585,000, reflecting the combined effect of additions, reductions, and the reallocation of resources from other areas of the budget. These adjustments are directly aligned with the priorities we discussed earlier, particularly our focus on strengthening instruction, improving coherence across classrooms and schools so that students experience consistent expectations and instructional practices from one classroom to the next, expanding student opportunities, and ensuring that students receive the right support at the right time. We are proposing the addition of 5.6 teaching positions aligned to our priority areas. First, to strengthen instruction and improve coherence across classrooms, we are proposing the addition of instructional coaches, particularly in mathematics, to support classroom practice and implementation of our instructional program. Second, to expand student opportunities and pathways, we are proposing the addition of a music teacher to enhance the high school choral program and provide increased lesson rotations at the middle school. We're also proposing adding a business teacher to support increased course demand. Third, to ensure that students receive the right support at the right time, we're adding a special education teacher to expand integrated co-teaching at the high school, an adaptive physical education teacher to support special education students across multiple elementary schools, and an additional elementary math AIS teacher to respond to student needs. We're also proposing a director of mathematics, business, and computer science, providing pre-K through 12 leadership and to support coherence in curriculum, instruction, and assessment across the district. These additions are partially offset by reductions aligned with enrollment and program adjustments, including a reduction in educational assistant positions based on enrollment, the elimination of the mathematics chairperson role, and the reduction of both an elementary reading teacher and an elementary classroom teacher based on enrollment. Several of the staffing additions reflected in the budget are connected to a broader instructional strategy. I want to briefly describe the instructional coaching model, as well as the Director of Mathematics, Business, and Computer Science role that supports and aligns that work. As you know, we have strong teaching occurring across the district. A key focus of this work is building greater consistency in instruction across classrooms and schools, which has been a central theme in our goals and program enhancements discussion. Our student achievement data also suggests that greater consistency across classrooms and grade levels would further strengthen the student experience. At the same time, we're continuing to build teacher capacity to use student data to inform instruction and make timely adjustments to support student learning. This requires not only high-quality curriculum, but also sustained embedded support for teachers. Our goal is to ensure that our mathematics program is implemented with fidelity, that expectations are clear, and that instruction is aligned across classrooms so that all students benefit from a coherent learning experience. Instructional coaches are experienced educators who work directly alongside teachers to strengthen classroom instruction. Their role is not evaluative, but supportive, as they collaborate with teachers to plan lessons, model instructional strategies, analyze student work, and reflect on practice. This model provides ongoing, job-embedded professional learning, allowing teachers to continuously refine their practice within the context of their daily work. Coaches also support teachers in using data effectively to identify student needs and adjust instruction so all students can access the curriculum. For the upcoming year, our coaching focus is mathematics. As we move toward the adoption of a new literacy program, we expect coaching to play a similar role in strengthening reading instruction across the district. Ultimately, this model builds on the strong instructional practices already in place and ensures that all students experience consistent, high-quality instruction across classrooms and schools. While the instructional coach position are teaching positions, the Director of Mathematics, Business, and Computer Science is an administrative position. As our programs continue to grow and evolve, it's increasingly important to ensure that curriculum, instruction, and assessment are aligned from elementary through high school. The Director of Mathematics, Business, and Computer Science will provide pre-K through 12 leadership in these content areas. This does represent a shift from a building-based chair model to a more coordinated, district-wide approach to instructional leadership. Department chairs play an important role within their buildings, but their responsibilities as classroom teachers limit their ability to focus on district-wide alignment and implementation of instructional initiatives across schools. This role provides the capacity to focus on that work at a system level. At the same time, we recognize the importance of maintaining strong, classroom-connected leadership at the secondary level. To support that work, we are proposing a .6 instructional coach to provide direct support to middle and high school teachers within the mathematics department. The director will work closely with building leaders, instructional coaches, and teachers to support the implementation of high-quality curriculum, guide professional learning, and ensure that instructional practices are aligned to our district goals. In mathematics in particular, this role will help ensure that our expectations are clear and consistent from elementary through high school so that students experience a connected and coherent learning pathway. The director will also support the continued development of our business and computer science offerings, expanding opportunities in the areas that are increasingly relevant to college, careers, and the evolving workforce. An important aspect of this role will be the use of student learning data to inform instruction and program improvement. By working across buildings and grade levels, the director will help identify trends, share effective practices, and support ongoing refinement of instruction. While instructional coaches provide direct classroom-level support, the director ensures that this work is aligned and coordinated across the district, connecting classroom practice to district-wide priorities. Ultimately, this model strengthens our ability to build on what is already working well by ensuring that our instructional program is coherent, consistent, and continuously improving across schools. So now that we've discussed staffing, which represents approximately 3/4 of the budget, I'd like to turn to the remaining investments that support our programs and operations. As you know, the foundation of our instructional program begins at the elementary level. Over the past 2 years, the district has focused on strengthening that foundation in both literacy and numeracy, aligned with our goal of improving instructional outcomes and ensuring greater consistency across classrooms and schools. This budget continues to support the implementation of our K-2 phonics and phonemic awareness curriculum, as well as the pilot of 2 high-quality reading programs with the goal of selecting 1 for full implementation in the 27-28 school year. This work is designed to strengthen early literacy instruction and ensure that all students are building the foundational skills necessary for long-term success. In mathematics, the budget sustains our investment in the iReady curriculum and aligned professional learning. This includes funding for professional learning and ongoing support to build the capacity of our instructional coaches so they can work directly with teachers to strengthen classroom instruction. Finally, we're investing in a multi-tiered system of support data dashboard that will bring together multiple sources of student data in one place. This supports our goal of using clear and consistent information to understand student academic and social growth. This work brings together teacher insight and student data so they can work in tandem to inform instructional decisions, strengthen consistency across classrooms, and ensure students are receiving the right support at the right time. At the middle school level, our focus is on expanding access to advanced coursework, particularly in mathematics, aligned to our goal of expanding opportunities for students and strengthening instructional outcomes. As we discussed at our earlier presentations, we are revising our acceleration model to create a more balanced and accessible progression for students. This work is designed to increase the number of students who are prepared for Algebra 1 in 8th grade, while ensuring that students who demonstrate readiness at different points have clear and appropriate pathways forward. In addition to these academic priorities, the budget continues to support important enrichment opportunities for students, including the 8th grade trip to the Holocaust Museum, as well as programs such as STAR Lab and DNA Lab. We're also continuing to support student belonging by staffing recess with a physical education teacher. This provides structured opportunities for activity and engagement and has contributed to a more positive and supportive student experience during that time. At the high school level, we're investing in new courses and expanded pathways aligned with our goal of increasing access to rigorous coursework and expanding opportunities for students. The budget supports the addition of new courses, including AP Seminar, expanded music offerings, and accelerated mathematics options, providing students with more opportunities to engage in challenging and relevant learning experiences. A key focus is creating more flexible on-ramps into advanced mathematics. As we discussed in our earlier presentation, this includes new entry points such as Foundations of Geometry, which is designed to strengthen students' readiness and provide a clear pathway to more advanced coursework. In addition, we designed course sequences such as Algebra 2 Pre-Calc, Pre-Calc AP Calc, create multiple opportunities for students to enter and progress through advanced math, regardless of their starting point. This budget provides the staffing and resources necessary to support that work. This includes an option for rising 9th grade students to take an Algebra 1 course during the summer so they can enroll in geometry. We're also expanding opportunities in other areas. This includes the addition of a business teacher to support growing student interest and career-connected learning. With the addition of a third business teacher, we will be able to expand and sustain key course offerings, including Principles of Corporate Finance, which we were unable to run this year, along with additional sections of accounting, Wall Street portfolio management, and sports and entertainment marketing. These additions provide students with greater access to courses that are aligned with real-world applications and evolving career pathways. We're also adding an additional special education teacher to address increased enrollment in our integrated co-teaching model. In addition, our units committee will be reviewing a proposal for a strength and conditioning coach. This role would provide structured year-round training for student athletes with a focus on improving preparation, enhancing performance, and reducing the risk of injury, particularly during the preseason period. At the district-wide level, the budget includes several investments to support safety, infrastructure, and professional learning. Among the security enhancements we're undertaking is the proposed addition of a security guard to provide evening coverage at Weber Middle School, particularly during after-school and community use hours, as well as summer and weekend coverage. In addition, we're planning upgrades to interior doors, cameras, perimeter fencing, and communication systems. We're also investing in technology infrastructure, including upgrades to Wi-Fi access across our elementary schools, the planned refresh of devices for both students and staff, and the replacement of printers across buildings. In addition, the budget supports targeted professional learning in key areas, including MTSS, dyslexia, dyscalculia, and dysgraphia, ensuring our staff are equipped to meet the diverse learning needs of our students. In facilities, the budget continues to support our long-term facilities improvement plan with targeted investments across the district, including the projects outlined on this slide. Our facilities project include the continued progression on expanding air conditioning, with the goal of completing all second-floor classrooms across the district, as well as targeted HVAC upgrades at Schreiber to support key instructional and operational spaces. We're also investing in the condition and functionality of our buildings, including ceiling and lighting replacement, flooring upgrades across multiple elementary schools, and door replacements. In addition, the budget supports several safety enhancements, including the expansion of security cameras, perimeter fencing at select locations. We're also continuing to invest in student spaces and district operations, including playground improvements at Guggenheim and the replacement of a district bus. The budget adds $200,000 to the transfer to capital to complete the projects outlined on this slide. As a reminder, these projects were prioritized through a review of the building condition survey completed by our architects and engineers. So finally, I'd like to turn to elementary class size, which remains a key priority in supporting effective instruction. As we did last year, our goal in developing this budget was to plan for class sizes below the board's guidelines. In all schools, you'll see we're projecting class sizes that are below those levels. That reflects our commitment to maintaining strong classroom conditions that support student learning, while also responding to enrollment patterns at this time. Board of Education policy establishes class size guidelines of 23 students for grades K through 2 and 26 students for grades 3 through 5. Kindergarten is the area where there is the greatest level of uncertainty. Our projections are based on a combination of Nassau County live birth data and our demographer's report, which together provide the best estimate for incoming enrollment. The projections you will see are based on our current enrollment estimates, and wherever possible, we've worked to maintain consistent sections within each cohort. As with all of our staffing decisions, we consider class size in the context of the entire program, balancing class size, student needs, and the resources required to support instruction across the district. It's also important to emphasize that these projections are preliminary. We will continue to monitor enrollment closely and make final section determinations in August based on actual enrollment at the time. In some cases, sections may need to be adjusted if needs arise in other grade levels or schools. As you review the projections, you will see that sectioning adjustments are driven by enrollment patterns. With one school, Guggenheim as an example, adding a section based on incoming kindergarten enrollment. 2 schools reducing a section as larger graduating classes move through the system. In addition, at Salem, we're making a target adjustment in response to increased enrollment in the lower grades by reallocating a section from grade 5 to grade 2 to maintain class size conditions aligned with our goals. So let me walk you through those schools now. So these are the projected class sizes for Daly Elementary School. You will see that the class sizes from Daly range from 17 students to 21 students. And again, kindergarten is the grade that we know the least amount about. So we'll continue to monitor that as we get closer to the start of the school year. At Guggenheim, class sizes also range from about 18 students to 20 students. And again, you will see that there's room in some of these sections if needs arise in other areas of the district. At Manor Haven, projected class sizes range from 18 students to 24 in grade 4. Similarly, at Salem Elementary School, class sizes range from 17 to 24 in 5th grade. And at Sousa, projected class sizes range from 18 to 21. And as I said, all of these class sizes are preliminary, and they may be adjusted as enrollment is finalized and needs across the district are balanced. And we will make final section determinations in August. So this is the information for our next steps. The budget vote and school board election is on Tuesday, May 19th from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. in the Weber Middle School All-Purpose Room. Voter information is available on the district website. And so the goal of tonight's presentation is to gather feedback from the board on our proposed budget. We will then present a final budget for adoption on April 14th. And then after the board adopts the budget, that is the proposal that will go forward to a public hearing on May 5th, with, as I've said before, the budget vote being on May 19th.
Thank you very much, Dr. Posse and Ms. Manuel, for that very thorough presentation. At this time, I do want to open up to the board. Again, as Dr. Posse said, this is the opportunity for the board to give feedback. A lot of this is not new and it's kind of consolidated from what we've been seeing over the last couple of months. I think we haven't seen the class size projections in public yet. So obviously that's new, but broadly we've seen most of this. So I think this is a great opportunity to give feedback, comments, or any kind of like last nagging questions that remain unanswered. Don't all jump at once. Who wants to start? Ms. Brooks?
I'm digesting.
Okay. Ms. Malwani, you want to start?
No, I'll go
Okay.
ahead. That's okay. Because really the main issue, there's a minor thing that I was just wondering, I asked this in previous years about the propositions, if we can add wording to the proposition so that the community that is not listening to these meetings and is seeing a proposition for the first time, is there a way to put into the proposition, for example, in proposition number 2, to add language to better define for the public what this money will be used for? I know there's a title in there.
Ms. Brooks, I'm going to just interrupt really quickly. We did ask this of the lawyers the last few propositions, and they did tell us, no, do you want us to ask them again with that? Is that kind of what you're asking?
Why, no, not the lawyers, but can't we just word it in a way that explains the purpose of the repair reserve
No, what I'm
fund?
saying is the lawyers had told us no in past propositions when we went back with this. But what I'm asking you, do you want to just ask them again, and then if so,
Sure,
we can.
okay, I understand, because we have now 3 propositions.
Well, we have this, yeah, and they've always told us these are statutory language, so.
I understand this, I'm not trying to negate what's required by the statute, but if there's something that can be added that doesn't violate the meaning or the purpose of the statute, in other words, so, yes, let's ask.
We'll ask them the question again.
Let's ask them, because I think it would be very helpful for somebody who hasn't been listening to these presentations, say, well, what's a repair reserve fund, and how is that different from the capital reserve fund, and why am I looking at 2 of these propositions? I don't know what they mean. So I think it would just educating the public and helping the public. Thank you. And then, so I want to thank Dr. Posse, Ms. Manuel, and everybody who has been part of this budget building process. This is very comprehensive. That's why I said I was really trying to digest it, even though I had seen the slide deck before hearing it, and all the many details involved is a lot to digest. But the thing that stuck out at me the most is the issue of the director versus the chairs. So in the organizational chart, to whom would the director, and I understand, we'd actually been talking about directors for years. We were talking about this with Dr. Hines very early. He had come in very early on to say he really wanted to see directors so that there could be continuity scaffolding, K through 12. And we had heard from some community members, some of whom had been administrators and who are administrators in other districts, that they also thought that this would be a good idea, and they actually spoke at the podium about it many times. So I'm now trying to understand, now that we have it before us, to whom would this person report?
So the director would report to the assistant superintendent for curriculum instruction, just as the existing directors do.
And the reason for that is because it's a curricular issue and there's somebody overseeing curriculum. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Maybe you can just answer.
Yes, so again, just to underscore the reason for the reason for the recommendation, right? So one of the things that we've been talking about all school year, and it's one of the most consistent themes that came up from the listening tour that I hosted with parents and community members, was that there seems to be a need to increase consistency amongst classrooms, from classrooms to classroom. Students right now experience in some disciplines very uneven experiences based on who their classroom teacher is and what programs they're using. The district over the last few years has taken intentional steps to correct that, implementing this math program and curriculum is one step that has been taken so that there's a universal approach. Because the previous math curriculum was not being implemented with fidelity is what was reported to me, and the implementation was different depending on classroom to classroom. So this is designed to address that issue and to provide a systems level lens. The other issue here that we're trying to address is that we're looking to smooth out the math program to create more on-ramps for students who develop readiness later on to pursue higher levels of mathematics if that's what they choose to do. So we need someone to look at that systems lens. The person that oversees all of curriculum and instruction in the school district is Dr. Feeney, our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction. Right now, the Director of Creative Arts reports to Dr. Feeney. So this position, as is the Director of Technology, this position would also report to Dr. Feeney.
Okay, so actually when I ran 3 times ago, one of my biggest issues was consistency among classrooms within an elementary school building. And this was, I had heard this when my daughter entered kindergarten. She's now almost graduating college. This has been a recurring theme. We hear it from parents all the time. We're still hearing it from students. I understand there are variances in classrooms, but we heard about the lack of consistency within elementary school grades, among elementary schools, within houses at Weber, and also in, nobody wants to hear me, I guess, but I'll keep going, and among the sections at Schreiber. So my next question is, to whom do the chairs, we don't have any chairs within the elementary schools, right? We have, I guess, level leaders or?
That's correct. We do not have chairs at the elementary level.
Would the level leaders still be level leaders? Does this change anything structurally in the elementary school?
This does not change anything with respect to level leaders.
Okay, and in the middle school, there are no chairs?
The middle school has a chair that has a full-time teaching load and receives a stipend for organizing the middle school and completing their chair responsibilities. They receive release time from their duty period only.
And do we know if those chairs at Weber coordinate with anybody at the elementary school for scaffolding and any kind of continuity?
You know, the issue with that is that there really is not the time. The middle school chair is teaching a full load of classes. So there's not the time to be able to take on that systems lens.
And then up at the high school, and to whom do the chairs in the middle school report, if that's the right word?
They report to the building principal.
And at Schreiber, to whom do the chairs report?
They report to the building principal.
The building principal. And do you know if there's any of the scaffolding from Schreiber or working backwards toward Weber, or Weber working forward towards Schreiber? I don't know which way it goes. So.
That does happen. Our chairs do communicate with one another between the middle school and high school. They do collaborate, and sometimes they make different decisions based on the students that they are serving. Just as an example, you know, at the middle school, if we take a science example, at the middle school, the science department, along with the science chair, determined to use the new version of the earth science regents, whereas the high school did not make that, and that was based on the That was based on the students that they had in front of them.
Okay, and I don't want to mix up the grading policy with the director issue and the chair issue, but do we know why at Schreiber different teachers were using Regents exams as finals? And do we know why there was a lack of consistency throughout Schreiber?
We'd have to ask Dr. Baer to answer that question, but my understanding from Dr. Baer is that each course level made the decision, and they were consistent amongst each course level. So, for example, in AP Euro class was consistent amongst all of the sections and how they treated it, but that might be different than how the Global 10 class treated the Regents exam. So the reason for that is because the decision-making in terms of how to treat Regents exams was left to the departments to determine by individual course level.
Okay, I'm parsing all that through. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Maloney. Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Passy and Ms. Manuel and the cabinet and all who worked on building this budget and continues to work on building this budget. I am impressed with the thoughtfulness in this presentation and was really pleased to see and struck by the fact that every proposed initiative is very clearly aligned to a priority, and a priority that had been established by this board back in September, October, so that every initiative, every proposed initiative could be determined and prioritized on its own merits. So I'm grateful for that, and I noticed that in looking at this presentation. I'm going to keep it brief. I just have a couple of questions. Regarding the math director position, you mentioned the other director positions, creative arts, technology. We also have a director of health, physical education, and athletics. I'm wondering if you could speak to how this proposed role is either similar to or different from those K-12 departmental directorships.
Sure. So in many ways, it's very similar to the model that already exists within the district in those other areas. The one difference is in conversations with the PWTA, they had expressed concern about losing the point person at the secondary level, at the middle and high school level. So in response to that concern, we are proposing the addition of a 0.6 instructional coach. 0.6 is the release time that the current high school math chair receives to do the high school work. So this 0.6 release time would be used for both the middle school and high school, and it's designed to separate out the professional learning from the evaluative portion of the job. So the evaluative portion of the position would go to the administration, and the support for best practices, professional learning, the ongoing point person would be under the direction of the director, of course, but would still provide middle school and high school teachers with that level of support. So that is not something that exists in the creative arts department, but it's something that we have put in based on the feedback we received from conversations with the PWTA.
Thank you. And just to confirm, I think you touched on this in your discussion about the instructional coaches. The instructional coaches will not carry a class load, a course load, but they will be in our classrooms daily. Is that correct?
Yes, instructional coaches will not have a course load, but they will be working side by side with teachers. You heard from some of our teachers before about the amount of children that require math AIS support. We are addressing that by adding a math teacher. But of course, when that many students require math support, the question is how do we strengthen classroom instruction at a tier 1 level to help, to help reduce the need for students that require support. Now, that is not something that is easily done. It is something that requires support. So this provides the job-embedded professional learning to help support teachers and ultimately support students.
Thank you for that clarification. And I was hoping you could speak to the proposed reduction of paraprofessionals. I assume that's because of enrollment, but I would love some more insight into that decision, that proposal, and how it aligns with what we had been hearing very clearly in the climate survey around, the need for greater supervision in shared spaces, in unstructured time, which our paraprofessionals often support.
Yes, so any of the reductions that are being proposed, with the exception of the math chair, which is being proposed because we're replacing it with we're replacing the supervisory responsibilities with the director, and replacing some of the touch point responsibilities with the instructional coach. So with the exception of that, the other reductions are all based on student enrollment and student need. So our positions that are being reduced, right now there's not the student need for. What I will tell you is that if needs develop later on, that we would, of course, figure out ways from other areas of the budget to be able to address those needs. So, for example, we still have flexibility within our paraprofessional our paraprofessional staffing. However, if more flexibility was needed based on student need, then we would have to adjust and from other areas of the budget to address that need. But we would do so.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad to know we have that flexibility.
I'm going to go Ms. Epstein, and then we'll go to this side of the room.
Ms. Brooks and Ms. Melwani asked several of my questions. I thank you again for this very thorough presentation. Of course, we've been discussing this in the Budget and Facilities meeting. I know that the numbers are very clear, and we find ourselves in a very good position this year, so I'm happy to see that. Hopefully we'll get more state aid to help us follow. Along the lines of some of the questions that have been asked about the director level position, and I appreciate us taking the time. I know we've spoken a lot about instructional coaches, and we spoke about director, but I don't know if we spoke to this level. In one of the comments you just made, Dr. Posse, you talked about by having this instructional coach, by having the director, it's allowing us to have that strategic planning to allow for higher levels of mathematics because they're being able to look at that systematic lens. Can you also lend some insight on how they're also going to look at other students, ENL, IEPs, anything else to provide them some greater pathways or increased enhancements?
Yes, so one of the things that you saw that we are funding is we're funding staffing for a Foundations of Geometry course. That is a course for students who would otherwise struggle in geometry. So looking at how do you create more opportunities for students to continue mathematics through high school is an essential component of this position.
Perfect, thank you. And I just also want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So I understand that director has that systematic approach and as leadership, and does come at a price tag. Beyond that, we will have in the elementary level instructional coaches that will be dispersed, shared amongst certain buildings. And then at the secondary level, you said a 0.6 instructional coach at the secondary level, and that is equivalent to what the current math chair has as far as time. So ultimately, this proposal sounds like we know that from a chair perspective, the benefits of having chairs are that the chairs have the close relationships and know the classroom realities. They're immediately in the building level able to solve problems. They have a strong relationship with the teachers, and overall the argument is that they're less expensive. However, what I'm hearing on the proposal from the other side, for the director with the instructional coaches, we're able to have the teachers still be able and continue to have the connection to the classroom while having someone have that systematic leadership lens. And the instructional coaches, while I'm not certain how I understand that this will happen, they are going to allow the teachers to continue the connectivity within their classroom, but yet still be able to provide the teachers with the supports that they need. I guess, some of the arguments we hear is that teachers are the ones that know their students and the individuality of the students. If an instructional coach isn't in that classroom, having that experience day to day with those students, how is a teacher able to convey that relationship, or how is a teacher able to convey what they need to get from that instructional coach so that they cover those students?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to know that instructional coaching is not it's not a new model. In fact, instructional coaching is a widely accepted model in school districts across Nassau and Suffolk County. And the idea is that you take master teachers and you help them scale, use them to help scale really good instructional practices by working hand in hand with other very successful teachers. And as I've said from the start here, we are in a position of strength. And as I said from the start, we have excellent teaching and learning happening across our classrooms. We have dedicated, talented teachers. I've had the privilege of seeing many of them in action as part of my transition plan into the school district. This is meant to be in the spirit of continuous improvement. So it's meant to take the best practices that we see that are happening and try to spread them, cross-pollinate some of the best practices that we see happening so that we can truly leverage the talent that we have on our faculty and staff, which is deep and immense, and spread it throughout our system.
Thank you for that.
Ms. Alvarez?
Thank you. I could be off on my math, but it's 5.6 at TEs, and you listed 5 teaching positions already: business teacher, music teacher, special ed teacher, ICT, high school, adaptive phys ed teacher, elementary AIS teacher, and then you mentioned a 0.6 for the instructional coach in the secondary. Does that not equate to 0 instructional coaches at the elementary level?
No, and again, there were offsets, there were reductions. The 5.6 is the net change in terms of the faculty and staff. There's also reductions that I don't think you're accounting for. So we are budgeting for 3 instructional coaches at the elementary level and 0.6 at the high school level. And again, we anticipate this being a successful model. We are investing in professional learning for the instructional coaches. If it is a successful model, it proves to be a successful model, then we'll look to leverage it to help our reading program once our teachers and administrators select a high-quality reading program for adoption.
Great, thank you. That was actually my next question. So this was a different type of format, budget kind of screen that one set up with how it's laid out. In prior years, there was not a net change listed. It was just positions listed. So there was a little bullet that said reallocation of funds, and it didn't specify what reductions, whereas prior years we were kind of informed of what the reductions would look like. So are there staffing reductions within buildings that in prior years we've been informed about? I don't need to know about Latin. I already knew that one from prior meetings. But are there any other reductions that we kind of knew about in prior board meetings?
So the reductions are as I had explained before. There are the reduction of the 4 paraprofessional positions. There's a reduction in an elementary position based on enrollment. There's a reduction in an elementary reading teacher based on enrollment. And then there's the addition of the math AIS teacher based on enrollment.
So overall, those would be, again, based on enrollment, those are the reductions anticipated, not listed technically, right? No other additional potential reductions within buildings.
Those are the reductions that are being planned. Yeah.
So just a question then, was there consideration on the need for additional support with pre-K as there's higher investment by the state in the pre-K program, or is that an ongoing discussion?
Yeah, preschool, as I said at the start, during my superintendent's report, is an ongoing discussion. Right now, what we're planning to do is to take the extra funding, look to offset some of our general fund expenses while expanding the program. So we are going to reach out to our community-based organizations to seek partnerships to offer universal pre-K throughout, through those community-based partnerships. We're also looking to see if the funding stabilizes, if it's possible to expand within Daly.
Thank you. In the last 2 years, mainly, and I can't recall the budget allocation for this year, but a substantial investment in professional development was put in for iReady mathematics implementation. With the addition, with the recommendation of the director of mathematics position, do you anticipate a much lesser need for such funding for iReady math implementation? I don't know the budget allocation this year. There was a significant amount last year.
Over time. So right now we have a very talented outside professional developer who's working with our teachers on iReady implementation. Our plan for next year is to use that staff developer to work with the instructional coaches at less frequency than we're using that person right now, but with the intention of building internal capacity so that we're using outside professional developers becomes less necessary.
Thank you.
Ms. Malconian.
Thank you. Well, first of all, this is quite detailed, so it actually, I find when it's super detailed, I have less and less questions, and many of my questions were asked. So I have just a couple. So in the, on the page for elementary and middle, it mentions academic and social supports for students. Forgive me if I missed it. Aside from listing RTI and AIS, what would the social supports be?
So we are maintaining all of the existing programs and staffing as it relates to social and emotional supports. So we are maintaining the current levels of guidance counselor support at all 3 levels. We are maintaining the social work support at the middle and high school level. We are maintaining the partnership with Northwell Health that provides meaningful professional learning for our social workers and guidance counselors, as well as resources for families. So we're maintaining all of those things. We are expanding in terms of student support. We're expanding AIS support at the elementary level, particularly for mathematics. And at the middle school level, we're maintaining that staffing. Right now, we have physical education teachers staffed for recess to do organized games. That has proven to be very, very effective.
I was going to say I was very excited to see that idea. I think that's
so we're maintaining
really wonderful. Can you please describe the staffing that we're supporting adaptive phys ed? What's involved with that?
Sure. So that is to support the program at Guggenheim, Salem, and Daly. Did I get those schools correct, Dr. Shields? Yeah. So each of those classes have sheltered courses within. They have their RISE program. Right now, students are not given a dedicated physical education teacher. They are They're mixed in with regular, with the general education teacher, I should say. So this would provide like a co-teaching model where an adaptive physical education teacher would be there to meet the needs of the students who need it, in addition to the physical education teacher providing support to the gen ed class.
I love that. It's amazing. And just quickly, I don't want it to become an entire presentation, but I'm just curious to hear about the expansion at the high school of the ICT.
Yeah, that's an enrollment-driven expansion at the high school. My understanding is that the ICT program at the high school is continuing to expand based on the number of 8th graders that are going into the high school. So it's just a natural progression to staff that.
Ms. Gilliam.
Thank you. I guess I'm just going to flip through. We've hit a lot of my questions, so I'll try and hit what hasn't been hit and not be repetitive. First of all, a quick question that may be for Ms. Manuel. The two propositions that using the reserve seems to require different votes, right? One requires voter approval and one requires a public hearing and BOE approval. Is that a statutory difference, or is it how we've designed them?
That's correct. Excuse me, it's statutory, yes.
So based on the type of reserve?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And also the repair reserve is more when an emergency arises. So I guess that's kind of the logic behind it, is that it's there in case of unexpected emergencies.
That makes sense. Like, so the use it's designed for would really not be as effective if we had to wait to have a vote of the public on it. So we're funding it in order to have an emergency versus transfer to capital is for a planned large expense like we saw this evening. I agree with Ms. Brooks' question earlier, particularly with two propositions. I know, Adam, you're going to kill me here, but like with two propositions.
Well, all I can say is we're going to ask because it's come up so many times and we're just repeating the same thing.
So the only thing I was going to add is that with two propositions on the budget, maybe we should be mindful of making sure we're really educating people on them too, if we can't put it on there, because I think a very common misconception is that that's us saying that we're taking more money
and that's
for
what I was going to say, is
and
that
it's not.
I think
That's
part of the reason
important.
why we have to be careful in the language is
You
because
can't
we can't advocate for it in the language.
Yeah.
So what came up last time was that we engaged with our parent organizations and community organizations on the budget roadshow to make sure that this was all very clear. And, in the past couple of years, they did pass in similar percentages to the budget. So I'm not sure that there's a reason to think that they won't move in parity with the budget this time as well. But
No, there isn't. It's just, I think that when you have something like this, particularly two of them, right? I think there's a certain population that may misinterpret it as additional funding beyond, but I understand the concern that our council has had in the past because we do have to be careful. But maybe we can thread the needle with something fact-based, or maybe we just
I think
will
you and Deb should get on the call with Mr. Miller and just discuss it. So because I don't see any other way to move that forward.
Okay.
Okay.
So if I could just add, in the past, we actually did a proposition 2, like I did like a 4-slide thing that we presented at the budget and facilities, and I had it on our website as well. We even had Ms. Bullen do like a little infomercial about Prop 2. So we could, and I've already started working on it for Prop 3, and I'll do one for Prop 2. So I can share that with the PTAs and also with the public.
I think that's great, because I think it's really important that people understand that this is really just sound fiscal planning, right? It's making sure we're prepared for an emergency. It's making sure we're prepared for something long-term instead of suddenly having a repair or something that we need to do that isn't an emergency and not having the funding for it. So that's great, thank you. So on the instructional coaches, first, you know, I want to lead by saying we've talked a lot about consistency, and I think we heard from teachers this evening too, their concern, or at least what I heard here coming through, was a concern of needing to make sure that we understand that teachers have their own individual personalities, their own individual really teaching personalities, right? Each teacher is unique. That experience in the classroom, being unique to that teacher and the relationship they have with the students and the way they develop the relationship with the students isn't something that's fungible, is what I heard teachers saying tonight. My understanding of what we're talking about and what we've been talking about for years at this point and what we're talking about this year, when we say consistency, it's not we want teachers to be like cookie cutters. It's not that we want them all lined up saying the same thing at the same time, the same tone of voice. That unique teacher ability is still very important and probably the most important thing in our classrooms. But if you start with a solid foundation of everybody has the same curriculum they're teaching, and we're making sure that that's being delivered consistently to everybody, it's okay if each teacher, it's okay and good, really, if each teacher is unique and special and the experiences are a little different, but the education has to be consistent. So I think we're all on the same page, but I wanted to say that out loud. That's my understanding of what we're talking about. We're not talking about erasing any specialness of teachers. So with that aside, these instructional coaches, are you foreseeing that this would be a permanent fixture to the way the structure, or is this something that we would put in place now and then revisit to see if it makes sense to keep it, or if it makes sense that at a certain point we're all on the same page, the consistency's been achieved, or at least we have everybody sort of aligned in figuring out how to get there?
So a couple of things. I just want to underscore your point because it's a very, very important point. Consistency means that we have a guaranteed and viable curriculum. That's what consistency means. It does not mean that each teacher is teaching the exact same way at the exact same date using the exact same methodology. It means that there's a guaranteed and viable curriculum, and that whatever guaranteed and viable curriculum we are using, holes that we develop, that we find in the curriculum, are addressed at a scalable level. So that's what consistency means. We are not looking to remove any of the individuality that makes teaching incredibly special. So your question about would instructional coaches be a permanent fixture? Would they be in place now? Would they be in place for the long run? You know, again, instructional coaches are not it's not a new concept. It is a widely accepted model that's used throughout schools in Nassau and Suffolk County. So we certainly don't anticipate starting a new position only to eliminate it. That being said, we of course review everything. That's the spirit of continuous improvement. We review things, we see if they're working, are they reaching our goals, how can we tweak them if necessary, how can we reimagine them if necessary. So that will always be a fixture of effective school district operations. I think you're always looking to say, is what we are doing achieving the intended results? And if not, how can we adjust?
Thank you for that. I actually am not sure where the slide is on this, but I wanted to comment on the new on-ramps to math specifically. And I say how excited I am to hear that, because I think that one of the places that we weren't necessarily capturing everybody who should have been captured, I think, is in the fact that our middle school on-ramps to acceleration were very set in time, and just like teachers aren't cookie cutter, kids aren't cookie cutter, and it allowed a system where some children who would be capable of doing something could be missed, and there was no way to go back. So I'm very excited to see this, this possible alternative getting rolled out. Would this start in this coming summer?
So that's something that, and unfortunately Dr. Feeney is not here, he's under the weather today, but that's something that we would need to get more information from Dr. Feeney about how that on-ramp would work. But you are correct. This is all about positioning students in the best possible position while recognizing that students develop readiness at different points in their development. And so the idea is, how can we make sure that our program is responsive to when students develop that readiness, and that our tracking is not so rigid that students can't access higher level studies if they develop readiness later on.
You know, likewise, I don't have a question on the details of it, because I'm sure we'll learn more about it later, but I'm very excited to see the professional learning in dyslexia and dyscalculia and dysgraphia, because I think that we've had comments from parents over the years about how specialized these issues are, and how easy they are to miss, and how hard they are to support. And I see both of these two components as ways to further that we're really trying to support every single student where they are to achieve as much as they can achieve, which I think is always sort of our overall goal. Next question, at the middle level, there's something that says character education assemblies. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that means?
Yeah, we currently have funding in our budget for various assembly programs. This maintains that funding. Who the actual presenters are, something that are determined by the middle school administration. They typically also will partner with outside foundations like the Ed Foundation or Hearts to help cover any additional costs that might not be available in the existing budget. So this is just to maintain that commitment to providing those kinds of enriching experiences to students.
Thank you. I have a couple of facilities questions, and mostly what I'm, my sort of overall question is, I guess whenever I'm looking at a facilities list, I think that it has the ability to look like we're just buying stuff. And so I think it would be helpful to hear a little bit more detail about the necessity on this, because I know there's a lot of underlying information here. Like, I'm assuming if we're replacing doors, it's not aesthetic, right? We're replacing doors that need to be replaced. Can you give us a little bit more detail on this? And my overall question is everything on this list needs to have, or wants to have, or somewhere in between?
Sure. So just for the public. Just back to your question about character assemblies, as you know, the middle school is a No Place for Hate school. The funding does also support the No Place for Hate initiative and the various programs that we bring in as a result of that. So with respect to facilities, just as a reminder, we have a 5-year building condition survey, and we have been trying to work towards addressing the needs in that building condition survey. This does not go far enough in terms of the needs that are in terms of the needs that are present within that survey. So there's nothing listed on here in terms of facilities improvement that I would say is a want to have. The continued expansion of air conditioning, including all second floor classrooms, is something that the district had set out to do over multiple years, and we have a capital reserve that's funding the electrical infrastructure for that. So that's just a continuation of that work that will still leave a number of classrooms that are unair conditioned, but we'll look to phase that in over time. The HVAC installations at Schreiber replace existing systems that are either at the end of their useful life or near the end of their useful life. The ceiling and lighting replacement at Schreiber and Manor Haven, we can get you some more information on that, as well as the flooring replacements. The door replacements I do want to speak about. That is in an effort to comply with the most recent safety guidance. So what we would do here is we will prioritize doors with the largest glass panes and try to take steps to reduce the amount of doors that have those large glass panes, put in smaller panes that have glazing on them, and again take a step towards a full door replacement. The addition and replacement of security cameras are things that we discussed with our emergency preparedness team advisory group, and we discussed expanding camera access throughout the district, adding some cameras to athletic fields, to some of the cafeterias, to provide more coverage. Same thing with perimeter fencing and gates. We have 4-foot fencing throughout the district. Wherever possible, we're looking to improve that to 6-foot fencing and establish more of the secure gates like we've done at Weber and we've done at Sousa. The playground enhancement is part of our commitment to continue to put some budget dollars towards playground equipment in each of our elementary schools. It's Guggenheim's term. So that's where that is coming from. The 22-passenger bus is over 20 years old. So that is something that, I mean, if we chose to delay that a year, we certainly could, but it's certainly towards the end of its useful life. The purchase of the electrical vehicle to offset private school runs is just to be more cost effective. If we had our own electrical vehicle, we could assign our own driver rather than outsourcing it to a contract transportation provider. And the renewal of lease for technology is simply our equipment replacement plan. So as you know, we replace our equipment on a cycle, and this just continues that so that all of our equipment is refreshed every 5 years or so.
Thank you. On the renewal of the lease for the equipment, does that include student devices?
Yes, student and staff devices.
And so do we still have on our agenda a time that we're going to talk about student devices pre-budget? It's on one of our evening agendas, isn't it? I thought we were having another technology conversation.
We can incorporate it in. The question was, where were we putting it, I think?
Okay.
Because, the question was, is this year our lease is up, and so we have to make a decision. I believe in the packet, was it just this week or last week, there was an outline of how we wanted, am I making this up? There was an outline of how we wanted to structure the lease and offering different grade levels and how we would want to do it. If we didn't get any feedback, if we get some feedback from board members, we can incorporate it and have that conversation too.
But just one clarification, the lease is really to really just fund the replacement cycle that we currently have. We can have a separate conversation about the use of, technology, which is what I think some that I've heard that there's a desire to have. This would really be a separate conversation because we have equipment now, and we do need to maintain and replace that equipment when it reaches the end of its useful life, because the equipment is used for things like, some of our iReady diagnostics. It's used for different purposes. But we could have a very good conversation about the frequency and use at different levels.
But I think part of the conversation was, is do we need to have as many devices that we want, right? That's part of, sorry, it's all coming back to me now. And the answer was, is with the new change in the state law, especially when we have snow days, that will, if we exceed our allotted number of snow days and we are not allowed to have a traditional snow day, we must go on remote instruction. We need to have a device for those students. So I'm not sure that the number of devices then changes. That was the conversation we had at the budget and facilities conversation, or at the meeting when we first had this knowledge that the lease was up.
So my question is, if we're renewing the lease now, it seems like at this moment, we're at that flex point of do we need all the iPads that we have, right? So that's I mean, we can talk about it because this is logistics, so we can figure out if there's a point at which we want to have this conversation, because I hear what you're saying as well. Definitely the renewal of the lease is separate from the devices until we are maybe having a conversation about whether we don't need as many devices, or if there's a way to not.
And we've talked about this a lot, but it is probably worth talking about, and especially in light of the conversations we've had around research and certain special devices, and Apple just came out with a iPad price Max that's pretty I wonder if questions have been asked relating to are we using the right devices that we selected pretty much 5 years ago at this point, that we picked Chromebooks and iPads, but it's newer models, but it's the same, conceptually the same.
Oh, I think we
Yeah.
asked for different models, so.
Yeah.
So I have been working with Mr. Maloney regarding this lease. I'm looking into it and what the parameters are. We have been looking at, I think it's the Apple Neo. It's called, that's the new one. That is what he's looking into. And we're actually doing it after 3 years. So we have devices that we actually think we could get close to $200,000 back by selling them to a third party. So the logic behind it was to renew the lease before they were at end of life, so that we could always have constant technology, like state-of-the-art basically, and still have value to sell it off, which could offset the debt. There's also E-rate funding, where the district can get 50% reimbursement. So that's also being worked into this lease, so that we can actually do some of our printer not repairs, but replacements. Because the printers, I think we have 600 district-wide, and most of them, there's no more toner that you can get. So we're stuck, and we really need to do this.
So I guess the real question, as it relates to budget, is do we have to make a decision relating to the lease? I guess, does making a decision relating to the number of devices and the lease, is that something that has to be made now that has a long-term impact, or is it something that can change over time? I guess that's the question. I assume Ms. Alvarez is.
So if I could, I have budgeted to put the same amount of money in for financing, put it slightly more than the previous lease. If it turns out that we want to have less, our financing would go down because we wouldn't be leasing as much.
And when does that decision have to happen? I guess is the question.
Sure. So what we wanted to do is after the budget passes around May, we would go out and start looking for financing. So we would, because what the goal is to, in July, actually start getting some of the devices so that we can collect ones and refresh.
So can we just put on does everyone want to put on the ticket that we talk about this when it's timely, maybe before the end of the year, just to refresh on what the new plan is, why, just to re-verify that we need to continue the one-to-one. I'm not saying we don't, but just to re-verify, because that's obviously a hot topic that keeps coming up. Let's look into what that timing, appropriate timing is for May or June.
And Kathy, are there any implications regarding the debt that has been assumed as it relates to tax cap calculation?
Sure. So that has been part of the tax cap calculation. It's an exclusion. So if it does change, it probably wouldn't be very material.
So, yeah, so can we move on from this then?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense, because then we don't have to conflate the two right now. I think that we are, I'll speak for myself, but I have a feeling it's everybody, like, I am in theory supportive of whatever we think the right technology plan is, and we certainly do need to fund it in the budget. But we have time in between when the budget passes and when we have to actually do these renewals to decide what those devices in the package actually look like, and what the whole plan is. So it makes sense to do that in between. That's it. That was my last question. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'm going to hold on my questions because it's 10:30 and we still have a lot of things to talk about tonight, and I feel like I'll just be beating on something we've already talked about. So with that, we are going to close the discussion item. No one else. I just said I'm going to skip them because it's 10:30. Okay. Moving on, motion to approve the minutes for February 10th, 2026 BOE meeting, February 27th, 2026, and March 13th, 2026 policy and personnel meetings, January 16th, 2026, and February 13th, 2026 curriculum committee meetings, and February 9th, 2026, and March 16th, 2026 budget facilities committee meetings. Do I have a second? Ms. Gilliar, second. Yep, all in favor? 7-0. Okay. Meeting minutes are approved. Moving on. Oh, it's like 3 pages of meeting minutes. Ms. Epstein, audit committee.
We're meeting on April 15th. We had a budget and facilities meeting, and basically we discussed the budget. We really thoroughly, though, discussed the UPK, and as Dr. Posse said, it does look like with the increased allocation, we are going to be able to cover what we used to take out of the operating fund and yet still provide those services, and working with our CBOs to negotiate. That was the majority of our conversation. Our next meeting is April 20th.
Okay. Ms. Malconian, curriculum committee.
We haven't had a meeting since the last we spoke. Our next meeting is this Friday. Oh, I'm sorry. Friday the 13th. Oh, yeah, that was right before break. We did. We discussed the climate survey. Forgive me. And it is also on the website. Our next meeting is this Friday. We will be discussing college admissions for this school year. It's 10 a.m. in the annex.
Thank you. Ms. Brooks? Yes.
We had 2 meetings since we've been here, our February meeting and our March meeting. We have 4 policies on for a first read. 2 of them are on for a first read and adoption. One of them is the ex officio student member of the board, where we actually decided to add the 12th graders. And pursuant to our student BOE board, student ex officio board members ask and recommendation, and we did discuss it before adopting that recommendation. And also our school district records, so that the business department can go ahead and move forward with their grants. And then we have the Bogart Fund, where I have a recommendation from the committee. I don't know how in-depth everybody wants to go into this recommendation, but basically there was a part of the existing policy where financial need could be a consideration at the discretion of the Bogart Scholarship Committee. And the question was, why is it there? Do we want it to stay there? And so we looked into the history of the Bogart Fund going back to the early 1920s, where we found old newspaper ads, and not old newspaper articles, excuse me, that's illustrated to me at least that this was a merit scholarship, and it was based on merit, academic merit, and leadership in the school and the community, and that financial need was not a consideration, at least not as explained in the newspaper article. And based upon the history of the scholarship, the fact that this is the board's only scholarship, the committee decided that to exclude students who had merit and leadership but not financial need would actually be would be demonstrating lack of equity in terms of the purpose of the scholarship. And so, and please, my committee members, correct me if I'm misspeaking or if I've forgotten something. And so we decided to recommend the financial need no longer be a discretionary part of the scholarship, that it go back to its roots as a purely merit-based scholarship based on academic and leadership qualifications, and that's why we have it here for board discussion, if the board wants to discuss it, or just to accept the recommendation.
I'm fine accepting a recommendation. Thank you for that.
Ms. Alvarez.
Thank you. Thank you for reviewing it. I was on Bogart last year, and it was slightly discussed at that point. You shared a lot of historical context last year when I joined the committee, and I'm of the opposing viewpoint of the original intention of the Bogart. So his original request was that it would to reduce taxes, which was going to be an impossible feat at the time. So it was decided later on by other people, similar to us having a committee deciding things differently from whenever it originated, that it would be used for scholarship. Bogart himself couldn't attend school fully, as you shared in the article with me, because he had to work. So he tried to self-educate. So I think that the intent that he had originally was a need to give back to the community, to lower taxes is a financial driven decision. I never read anything about him specifically listing merit-based, even though that maybe you saw the ads after fact. So I think the original intent of the original policy was fine to leave it at the discretion of the committee. The only thing that occurred last year with the committee was the logistical part of us not having the information. So that's just a logistical situation. It's not like something we can't put in, request. So I would prefer that it be put back on for the reasons that I stated.
I had one comment as well regarding the, I guess, the third paragraph, Ms. Brooks. It's that the Bogart Committee shall determine in consultation with the business office the dollar amount available for that year's scholarship award. Based on the amount, the Bogart Committee in its sole discretion shall determine how many scholarships it will award that year. What was the mindset on not bringing that back to the board with like the final dollar amount and number of scholarships? It kind of feels like that might, we don't have any other committees, I don't think, in our entire committee ecosystem that have sole discretion on anything. So that was the only reason that flags for me.
It's a good question, but the committee, the policy has always delegated the decision to the Bogart Scholarship Committee, or the board scholarship committee, whatever it is you wanted, however it is you wanted to say it, in terms of the number of scholarships. My understanding is the number of scholarships and the amount of the scholarships. I don't know that it came to the board. I suppose it could come to the board, but it's... Last year was kind of a last minute thing where we weren't, we found out later that there was more money that could have been given, which actually promised the revision of the policy to make it make the steps more clear and the timing more clear. And I think the reason it came to the board last year is because it was so last minute that the committee just didn't really know what to do, was kind of caught in a bind, and came to the board for some feedback. But it can go either way. The committee the scholarship is set up specifically for the Bogart Fund.
Right.
So it's not as though money is being taken away from other students for other funds, it's for other scholarships. That money is specifically designated for the Bogart Fund. And so if there's money to be used in a given year for more than one scholarship, to me it makes sense to keep it within the committee, but if this is something that the board feels should be a board decision.
I don't feel strongly, I just wanted to raise it, and just everyone can kind of make a decision. I don't have the strong.
Yeah, we've not publicized.
It just seemed unusual to me that it was like sole discretion of the
Yeah, yeah.
committee. We just don't have that elsewhere.
Only because the selection is the selection of the people, and the information that's coming to the Bogart committee about the students themselves is never shared with any other member of the board.
So your concept is basically, we know we have X dollars from the business official. You've reviewed all the applicants, and you've said, okay, we kind of have 2 that are tied, or 3 that are the kind of tied, so we're going to just split the X dollars over 3 kind of thing. Is that
I
what
think
you're
it would
saying?
work in reverse. I think we
Okay.
would determine how much money is available, and then see if there were 2 students who could, or it could go either way.
That's the part I don't really,
And
that's
that could be
the part that
fleshed
gives
out
me
in
a
the
little
policy.
concerned. Yeah.
That could be fleshed out in the policy.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is, well, first we would have to find out if there's enough money available for more than one student.
Well, I wouldn't approach it that way. I would say is, to me at least, is what is, if I recall, we're trying to maintain a certain fund level at all times, and we're basically giving enough so that the future interest kind of maintains the same balance. So it could be a slightly varying amount each year.
Yes.
And what you're basically saying is, so to me, I think that to me, asking, is this, do we have enough for 2 students is maybe, I would look at it as, we have this much money, and you're saying the committee should decide how to allocate it. Rather, I don't think you should be going back to the business official and saying, hey, we have 2 students, you have enough for 2 students. Because that starts
Right. I
creating
think
a
that's
very
why we
big
have to
feedback
figure out
loop.
how much
Yeah.
money, because we have to maintain the integrity of the fund. And so,
Right.
for example, last year, we found out, I think in May, we actually have enough money for 2 students.
Right.
And historically, I can't remember how far back we went, but we found out that in the not too distant past, there was more than 1 student, each one got the same amount. So,
It just feels really convoluted to me, to not just have it be like, we give a scholarship, this is the amount of money, and we give it to a student. Like, I think to give a committee discretion on, like, how many members on top of picking, it just feels like open to something that could cause angst.
but let's say there's $20,000 available.
Can we turn the projector off, just so it's not shining in our eyes? Is that okay? Thanks.
I'm making up this amount, but let's say there's $20,000 that's at our disposal. That's a big amount of money to give to 1 student. So
Well,
I'm being
or we
facetious
could-
to
or we
prove
could
a
leave
point.
it, and we could leave it in the fund balance and say we're going to give the normal amount we always give, and then maybe in the future it compounds and we can start giving a bigger annual gift. So that's why I'm saying I think that should be we should set, maybe we just set a limit, and the committee gives that dollar amount. The committee's job is to pick the student, and then if the business official realizes after 3 or 4 years that we did better, and maybe instead of giving 5,000, we should start giving 5,600, then it comes back to the board. But it just feels like this is going to lead to a lot of compound work to me. And
Are you setting the limit in the policy, though?
no,
So how would you,
I would just say the business official, to me, the business official will designate the amount, and the Bogart committee will pick the student.
Can I ask?
comments?
Yeah.
Could it not just be that, I think the timeline last year was just a little bit late because the committee already met and had already looked at applicants. So could it just not be that the business official has this in advance before committee members even review how many applicants there are? And I am okay with what Mr. Smith said. Like, I am okay with a designated amount, no change, even if there's 3 amazing students, and that be something on reorg, if that is a change annually of the amount after the fact. So if we are told it's 8,000, and then, the business official says, it's too much, and like, because that was the issue, right? There's just it's too much money.
But so we had asked Ms. Manuel, when would it be best, or I think we asked Dr. Shields to get back to us, when would it be best for the business office to tell the committee how much money is available? And it was May.
I guess my question is this,
So-
why does the committee care how much money? Why can't the committee just pick why can't the
It's
committee just
bizarre.
pick? Why can't the
Because
committee just pick and the business official writes the check?
But the business official needs to know how much to write the check for.
Well, they can do that under certain guidelines, which is, we
But
could say that the
have to
business
tell them.
official.
It's
what
our
if-
scholarship, we have to.
No, but what if we said the business official's job is to calculate the amount each year that maintains the base fund balance or something like that? Like, I guess from my standpoint, we should set this up so that we never have to have this conversation again, and the only role of, because we have so many policies that create like these long 40-minute, 10:30 at night conversations that we need to avoid. So we should make policies that say things like, the Bogart committee picks the student and the amount is awarded. And then we just come up with some simple mechanism for the amount to be awarded. Go ahead, Ms. Epstein.
I mean, historically, last year was the first year we ever knew even how much the amount was. We've always just, as the committee, chosen the names. An envelope is given to the student, and until the student opens it, we haven't been made privy of that information. It just came to our attention as a question, do we want to have the opportunity to have these discussions? And I have to say, I think Mr. Smith is laying out a reasonable thing so that we can focus on awarding this scholarship to a valued student and leaving the financial aspect and the management long-term of this fund to the business official. We can ask for updates, annually or something of that nature to make sure that the fund is fluid, that we're managing it well. We can look at it in our audit committee, whatever you want to do, so that we know that we're watching it and we have the fiscal oversight of it, which is part of our responsibility. Just a suggestion.
Is that something we could include in this policy, a requirement for the business official to provide annually a report on the fund balance of the Bogart Scholarship?
You could certainly do that, yeah.
Ms. Manuel, yes, I was just going to ask you if you have a recommendation.
So our treasurer does, she does bank recs and she gives you treasurer's reports. They should be in there, the balance of what's in the fund. So I will find out for you exactly how much is in there. We can decide if you were to do 2,000 each year, how long would it last for? But I believe it's an investment, and it's the interest from that investment that keeps providing it. So if one year the rates are really high, you might have more. So you can't always tell what's going to be in there.
So perhaps that is the report this committee or the board needs each year, which is just to get an understanding not only of what's in the account, which we know, but how long will it last and at what rate, and annually, what is the business official's recommendation for the amount that should be dispersed?
Sure. So, yeah, so I can look at that and provide you some information so you can make a better decision.
That would be helpful, yeah. All right, so we can noodle this based on the public discussion. I see Rachel wants to talk. And maybe make tweaks to put this on for adoption next time with the understanding that there may still be other tweaks available. But my concern is that we don't want, the purpose of this is to award a scholarship, not to amass money so we can use it for capital or anything, right? There's no incentive to allow the interest to grow over time and not award it to students. That's where my brain is.
I think longevity, though, right? Like, I think it would be
if the principal
irresponsible of us to use it within, let's just say, as a board member, a 3-year term, right? Like, it would not be, I think, the right thing to do for us to deplete it sooner than a term would be, right? Like, it's not necessarily, and the committee itself changes every year. So I think that's most scholarships, the way they're done is there's a certain amount established annually so that there's a longevity to that type of scholarship.
But we wouldn't be touching the principal. The principal would always be there. And what I'm saying is, if there's surplus interest, that means it's not going to a student. And that to me is troublesome.
Why wouldn't it go?
Well, if we're, I'm not talking about depleting the principal, I'm simply saying, like, in the past year where the interest rates were high and we had more money available, to me, it's a shame not to have.
Or it'll help off the, or it'll compound, and maybe over a couple of years, instead of having a $100,000 base, you'll have a $150,000 base, and then moving forward, everyone will get an even bigger award.
So if I could,
I wouldn't say it's troublesome.
I don't think the district actually has the funds. Like, a lot of the scholarships, we have an account that say there's $20,000 in the account. So you would know if you give $5,000 each year, you have this many years left. This is an investment account that we get the dividends or something from it each year. So if it does well, we might get more in 1 year. If it doesn't do well, you might not get a lot. So I will find out the details for you.
So
and explain it.
that furthers to the point that the committee should just pick one student and award whatever the interest check is. That's actually pretty deterministic. Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Gilliard.
I actually have an additional question now. So, and I have to confess, I've sat on the Bogart Committee several times over the last 9 years, and until Mrs. Manuel asked us last year about how much the amount was and the fact that we could fund more than one, I literally had no idea that it fluctuated, and I think our previous assistant superintendent for business was just determining the amount of the scholarship before it even got to us, because I didn't know. I really thought it was like a set amount. What happens to the funding when it gets to us? Do we have an account that we put in, and then is some of it retained if we don't pay it out? Okay.
Yes, it sits in that account.
Okay, so that's probably what was happening. So 2 quick comments. First, I kind of think this issue could be solved really easily by just adding a line that says, you know, if funding allows, the Board of Education at its discretion may decide to award more than one scholarship in a given year, period, done. And then we have the discretion. We don't have to lay out in policy that we need to get the number from the business, right? Like that, I don't think we have to prescribe it.
So it never has to come back to the board.
Well, I agree with you, but I think giving it to the Board of Ed's discretion that we can give out more than one is the way to never have it come back.
Well, but then the committee's going to come and say to the board, do you think we should give 2 this year because there's a few $1,000s?
That's why it should stay in the committee.
It's going to turn into like, and then, I guess this is my argument. We're a Board of Education that meets 11 times a year, and we have a $200 million school budget that we're responsible for, and we've already spent half an hour now because I asked a question about Bogart, which I don't think that it's a good use of like the board's time to spend a lot of time talking about Bogart ever again.
We would never discuss this like this, right? We don't have to.
No,
This
but
is
we
like
would if the
logistics.
No, but if the committee comes back and says, should we issue a scholarship to 2 students this year? That could turn into a 40-minute conversation.
So have the committee decide.
Or just leave it stat, or save the committee that work too, and just make it one, and that's it. I think we should just vote.
There are times in the past where it's been more than one, so.
Okay, why don't you, I guess you guys are going to discuss it at committee, but should we get a sense of the board?
I think it's better to leave it flexible. On the other issue that Ms. Brooks asked for feedback on,
recommendation.
the financial need. So my understanding is that provision was added in the last revision. I don't know if you were able to go back and look.
We tried to find the bylaws.
Okay. I know that on like a lore level, I don't have facts for you. I have been told, I hear tell that it was added. But I would say, as somebody who sat on this committee, the way it was worded, that it may be considered, and then also being handed what we were handed, which was resume, transcript, letters of recommendation, and trying to decide whether we should evaluate financial need, and also figuring out how to even figure out how to assess if there was financial need, felt, first of all, it was a chore, and I think really inaccurate, right? Because what do? Do you think about where somebody lives, right? I think it was an untenable, difficult thing to assess, and I agree that it wasn't the original intent.
So we discussed in the policy committee meeting, how would the committee members know which students had financial need? And the guidance department can tell us, once we get the list of students, which of those students qualifies as in need of financial assistance, and that's all we would get. We would just, or maybe like a check mark or whatever. That's what that would have looked like if and the committee had never been told by the guidance department who had financial need. We never got that information along with the transcripts, letters of recommendation, the resumes. So that is something that if we were to retain financial need, that would change. The guidance department would automatically let school board members know which students had financial need. Not the extent, not anything else, just which ones, which made me uncomfortable, but.
And how would they determine it? And also,
well, they know, because these are kids who are applying to college. So if they have applied for financial need, either FAFSA or however, we were told the guidance department would know. How they know, I don't need to know, honestly. So I would just trust that they would know. But there are also students who have financial need who don't always apply for stuff. So
what's the level of financial need? What's our definition of financial need?
So, and as, I mean, we discussed in the committee that the level would be irrelevant, right? It is not up to us as 3 individuals on a committee to determine who has the most need, whose pain is greatest, right? That's an unreasonable thing to put on a committee. And I just wanted to add some additional context to this, that, you know, the original intent of the policy was one consideration, but Ms. Gilliard, to your point, the implementation of accepting any information about need, the more we talked about the implementation around that, the more problematic and the more challenging it became. Because once you have that information, you can't unsee that information. So is it a tiebreaker, and is that fair either to the student who has demonstrated the need or to the student who, you know, would be excluded in that context? Once you have that information, do you then only evaluate students who've demonstrated financial need? You can't make it a requirement of the scholarship for eligibility, because there's no guarantee that a student who demonstrates need will qualify in that year, right? Like, you could have a pool of 20 kids, none of whom demonstrate financial need. You could have a pool with 5 who do, and then do you only consider those 5? So this became, it was, once you pull the thread, the whole scarf falls apart. So it became the discretionary subjective application of this criteria seemed unfair to all the parties involved.
I see that, and when I said, how do you determine the level of financial need, I really meant, I think I would have difficulty with, like, the guidance handing over that this is financial need, because what level are they using to determine financial need? So I respect this choice. I'm glad I didn't have to debate it, because I think it's a very hard decision to make, because obviously there are other considerations that balance out that make you want to consider financial need too. But I think in this small thing, I understand the conclusion you came to, and I respect it.
So I just need to know whether, I guess we have a majority accepting the recommendation, but I would just like to hear from everybody. Noted?
Which one are we?
The financial need.
Okay. Everybody's weighed in? Okay, thank you. I guess we discuss grading later?
Yes, it's on for first.
It's on for first.
Yeah.
Okay. Fantastic. Okay. At this time, we are at our consent agenda. Does anyone have anything that they want to pull?
I'm sorry, our next meeting is April 24th. Okay.
Thank you. Does anyone have anything they want to pull? Go ahead. I don't think I knew that. Go ahead. You're going to have to read me the new order now.
I don't have new wording. What?
No, the new bullets now.
Oh,
Go ahead.
It's 13.8 that I wanted to just ask some questions about before we do it. Do you want to pull it? Or do you want to
Is
just?
this the water thing?
Yeah.
Could you see your email?
Answer in your email.
Pause.
She just wanted clarification on 13.8 talks about the water coolers and the waters that goes with the water
Do you
coolers.
want to know why we were getting water?
Why were we
coolers
getting
have
those if
the
we
new
have
RVs?
all of the bubblers
Yeah.
for hydration stations?
Are we okay?
I mean, no, so,
She's going to read it.
so
Yeah, it's not, it was emailed there.
the question, this is about 13.8, which is the approval of the water cooler. And I had asked if we've replaced all our water fountains with good water fountains with bottle fillers. Why do we need a water cooler? And why are we buying bottled water? And I was asking both from an expense perspective and an environmental perspective. I mean, it's a de minimis cost. It's like $20 a month, but we already replaced all the water. So the answer is it's for staff use, not student use, which I guess doesn't totally get rid of my questions because the water fountains are still
I
in the same
think
building,
it's very
right?
typical in like a work environment to have a water cooler, so I think that like I don't know, most offices have a water cooler, right? Pretty typical, so people like drinking water, I don't know.
Are there hydration stations or the capacity to install hydration stations in the main offices of all of our buildings?
We're
Because my
focusing
understanding is
on
that's what water coolers are
We're
for.
focusing on the student.
Yeah, in the main office.
Yeah.
Isn't that what
But I
it's
think
for,
we've
in
been
the
focused-
staff
we've been-
room or in the main office?
Well, keep in mind though, that a lot of the, there's potable outlets and non-potable outlets, and we've been focusing on, right, so a lot of the piping is not drinkable, so they focus a lot of the effort of the lead remediation on kitchens and bubbler. It's a complicated, it's like a whole, you're opening a can of worms, I think, that's not necessary.
All right, so I know this is small, but it just seems to me that if we're saying that our drinking water is good and we've tested it and it's great and we have these great water filling stations, like why are we having staff and students drink different water?
Can I ask a question? I saw that line item and I thought it was like 4.50 cents, whatever it is. You mentioned $20. So are we?
It's the
bottle also.
It's a
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
$4 a month rental for the thing, but
Then
it's
$3
approximately $15 a month for the water.
So
$20 a month.
that's the actual number that is at one building.
So, yeah, they're one building.
And how many of them are
And
there?
maybe all the buildings have them.
I'd be curious to know because I'm aware of this cost and this
We've
seems to be a
approved a
very
few of
high
these.
cost.
I thought I was getting away, and I could say, there could be like 4 or 5 water coolers at each building. It's not just for the main office. We've seen staff members try to bring in like electric teapots kind of to heat water up for like oatmeal or things like that. These water coolers have hot and cold. It's really a convenience for the staff members. And in areas where, like in district office, we don't have water filling stations. So we have like a water cooler and stuff.
Rachel's going to take that away. Bring your electric cooler.
If there's not a water fountain and a bottle filler, they can have water. Most taking about water.
Only
I just want equality in
this
the
is like
water.
a ludicrous conversation. That's all I'm gonna say. This is a ludicrous conversation.
Let's not judge, please.
By the way, Adam, the irony has not escaped me that you are dying because we're lost in the tiny details, and then I brought up the water coolers, and so we try to find something
You're just
smaller
you're just
to
proving my
bring up
point.
next.
You're proving my point.
Look, like, I'll leave it for now, but I really am wondering if we shouldn't be thinking about this going into the future as we make these decisions, because it's giant plastic jugs of water versus the bottle fillers. And so the expense is small. There are other reasons to not
I hear
do
you,
it.
but Rachel, you should write the memo then that goes to all the buildings telling all the staff that we're taking away the water coolers.
I mean, obviously we should not take away water. I'm saying we should think about how we do things, right? Like, I mean, I took disposable water, actually probably wasn't even water, it was probably disposable juice of some kind in my lunches to school, and every single kid in our district carries a water bottle with them, and now, like, things change. And some of these changes are good. Getting rid of all the disposable plastic is a good thing, and by the way, healthier for our staff too, to not be drinking out of the plastic water.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve items 13.1 through 18.1. Is there a second? Ms. Brooks, second. All in favor? 7-0. The agenda is approved, water coolers and all. We'd like to recognize the following for donations: Guggenheim HSA for the 4th grade field trip, Sousa HSA for the 4th grade roller skating trip, 5th grade urban air trip, and 1st grade field trip. Arzu Alkin for the drum set, and Barbara Castalvi for the cooking lab gift card. Okay. Moving on. The following policies are on for first read. Policy 4710 grading, policy 5800 Bogart. Do we have any? So before, no, that's for first read. What I'm actually going to do is we have it on, before we do that, we have adoption 1120 school district records and 22.
First read and adoption for that one. This is first read and adoption.
Right, but we have adoption of 1120 school district records and 2245 ex officio. Can we just, does anyone have comments on those two? If not, we can just do that motion, then we can go back to the, Ms. Gilliard, go ahead.
No, I'm actually just messing with you. I have no comments on that.
Say again?
I said I was
Okay.
actually just messing with you. I have no comments.
No, if nobody has comments on 1120 and 2245, let's just knock out the approval and then we can go back and discuss. So I'd like to make a motion to adopt policies 1120 school district records and policy 2245 ex officio student member of the board. Is there a second? Ms. Brooks, all in favor? 7-0. Okay, we adopted two policies. Okay. I'd like to open discussion for first read on policy 4710. Well, we already discussed 5800, so we're going to just open up for 4710 grading. Does anybody have anything they want to discuss?
Let's just make sure, okay, you will have, okay.
I'm sorry?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think
the first comment was,
on for first read.
it's
Okay,
on
good.
for first read, but
Great.
now we're opening for discussion.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Do we want to start with comments? Does anyone from the committee want to give any commentary?
I don't want to give a whole lot of commentary because we have spent so much time in committee, and not only in committee, but out of committee, taking public comments from student survey, from the staff, from parent stakeholders, from administrators, everything that was discussed in public. We went as a committee and really put a lot of time and effort into this policy. One of the reasons it is long, is actually shorter than our last draft. One of the reasons it is long is because in the process of reviewing policies from other districts, and the ones that come to mind most are Half Hollow Hills, Hewlett-Woodmere, Taconic Hills, and Gunderland, and there were some, I'm sorry? Gilderland, thank you, yes. Can tell I'm not from, native of New York. Is that there were aspects of all of those policies that really resonated, that covered different parts of a whole grading scheme that the committee said, you know, where there's a lack of consistency, where we were hearing over the years as parent leaders and as parents and then as board members, where the pain points were in the lack of consistency. And we sought to heal that, for lack of a better word, we tried to take a very high philosophical level in explaining why those aspects of the policy were important to the board. So for example, where we talk about overall philosophy, the purpose of grading, the core principles, and then we get down into opportunities to make up missed assignments, submitting assignments beyond the due date. These were all subsections of grading that we found in other policies that went beyond the NISPA template, which is basically a 2-page template that didn't even touch upon these things. And so we had very philosophical views that were actually taken out of the policy in response to feedback that we received through the grading subcommittee, the PGCD grading subcommittee looking at this policy. And we just took out chunks of the policy because we understood it was too long. But we left what we thought were very important subject content issues there. So that's what you see in front of you. And I now open it to comment.
So, Ms. Epstein?
I would also just add that, I think one other thing the committee really tried to do was to, for lack of a better word, codify the best of what's happening across our district, because so many of the things, so many of the implementations of this philosophy are already happening in our classrooms across all of our buildings. So there was an attempt to codify the good work that is happening and ensure that it happens as consistently as possible in our classrooms.
I'm sorry, I forgot to add. At the very beginning of this process, we tagged Dr. Allen in charge of PPS and asked her to please follow along as we were working on this policy and to give her input as to whether she thought anything was missing in terms of PPS and students with a disability. And we got her approval. She didn't come to any meetings, but we purposely tagged her at the very beginning of this process to make sure she followed along with us.
Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I have listened to all of your meetings. I know all that you have
My
discussed.
condolences.
All that you have discussed, all of the mental gymnastics you've been through, and I thank the committee very much. Deb, you've done a great job leading through this and facilitating it. And there were some creative notions, especially revolving around the Regents exam. So I thought that was very interesting to watch, and I appreciate the creativity that was put forth. My comments and questions are from an overall focus and scope. I feel that this is reads very heavily like a secondary level or a high school level handbook, and that very little reference is made to elementary. It is made, but even from our last policy that we had, outlining that we use 3 grading systems, 1 for elementary, 1 for middle, 1 for high school, and that we do aim for consistency across all of those levels. I felt like that language was somewhat lost in this, and that this, again, had a very heavy high school, middle school focus from that standpoint. So maybe just, I'm recommending, maybe, I don't know if it's appropriate to include language from the last policy in there just to at least set the stage, or go back as a committee and see if there's a way to at least make the elementary side of it come out.
Yes, I actually, I don't know how that got, I wonder why, I can't remember, there were so many different iterations of, for graded work to achieve its intended goals, it's crucial to maintain a consistent grading system at each level of schooling, elementary. I think one of the reasons it ended up being so secondary focused is because in the elementary level, there are no grades. Right, it's meets, exceeds.
I guess the issue is because of its length. So right, our last policy was much shorter, so therefore it didn't seem so heavy. So you're exactly right. There's a lot more, there are many more grading initiatives that were managed in this policy. And so again, it just felt like elementary was lost. It doesn't feel like a district policy. It feels like a secondary handbook. And I guess, and maybe if I go through some of my other examples, so even the aspect about report card frequency. Report card frequency is different at an elementary level than it is at a high school level. And we used to, I believe, have, oh no, maybe I'm looking at the wrong one, but oh yeah, no, we do. Even in our last policy, parents and guardians shall be provided a written report card 3 times a year for elementary school and at least 4 times a year for middle and high school. Again, just it makes it seem, even though there aren't many differences, just highlighting the differences that exist would potentially help to make it feel more district-esque.
Yeah, makes perfect sense.
Okay. Then,
does everybody agree? Does everybody have? They don't have to agree. That's true too. Anybody? Okay. I like it. Okay.
We don't, she's just giving her opinion, right?
I understand.
Then on page 2, we get into the discussion about dropping the lowest test grade. Yes, right above, at the bottom of the page, the numeral class participation, there's a sentence. Any practice that enables a student to improve a grade, dropping the lowest test grade of the quarter, allowing test corrections, offering extra credit, must be consistent across sections of the same course. So I feel that this feels very regulatory to me, because I think I feel it feels very regulatory, and I also am questioning how would you monitor this? This is incredibly specific, and then you're putting it in a policy, and you have no way to monitor that everyone is, having a consistent practice.
I think that's an issue with anything like the homework policy. I think in any policy across the board, monitoring can be a little murky. But that's why we said, e.g., we weren't saying that there has to be a practice of dropping the lowest test grade, that there has to be a practice of, we were just saying, for example, if this is happening, and it's again, this policy really is aimed at consistency, was trying to just make the experiences for the students as fair, as equitable, as possible without being too prescriptive. So we weren't saying here that everybody has to use the practice of dropping the lowest test grade, but if it's going to be used, it needs to be used across the sections. We can't have students saying, oh yeah, I had this test, but my lowest test grade is going to be dropped, and a student in the next room over says, oh, we don't have that. And that was happening, and we want to make sure it doesn't happen again. So that's why, to me, it doesn't sound like regulation, it just sounds like, for example, if this is happening in one classroom, this extra credit, this whatever, we need students to have as equitable an experience without it being a cookie cutter experience. It has to be fair. That's the fairness is really, and the consistency is really important to the committee.
And I don't disagree with the consistency and the equitable aspect of it all, but I just think about the freedom and flexibility. Every classroom and every makeup of every classroom is not exactly the same. Every student learns very differently. And based on a particular lesson, whether it landed well or it didn't land well, if the teacher makes a decision that, because this particular lesson did not land well across this particular class, and if my whole department does not have that I can give the option to drop the lowest test grade, then we've taken that flexibility from the staff and we've put it in here. That's why I feel like it's more regulation than policy, right? So
Based on the language throughout the rest of the policy, if we were to remove this little paragraph, would you reasonably expect that regulation would cover this or cover something that would address the issue around opportunities to improve a grade? Because I'm comfortable with, I'm generally a less is more person, but I can see where you're coming from in terms of this feeling regulatory. And I would be comfortable if it was in regulation. I'm just not sure that the language throughout the rest of the policy would ensure that this would be covered in regulation. So if the board thinks it does cover it effectively.
I would ask why that particular section bothers you, because I think, like to Ms. Malwani's point, I think that's there for a very clear reason, which is continuously, anecdotally hearing that different sections in the same class in the same grade are having very different grading standards for things like that. So I hear you why that it feels like very particular, but how else would you address that? Like I think what the board was really trying, or at least the committee was trying to accomplish, was consistency, that if 3 kids are in 3 different sections with 3 different teachers, that one isn't getting to drop their lowest test and the other 2 aren't. That was really what you're trying to protect against.
Right. So I understand that. Look, here's what I'm grappling between. This is a policy. It's supposed to be that big overarching view. And I mean, I think that, in my opinion, that's the definition of a policy. I think it's big picture, right? So that you don't have to continually change it. I also think then policy, so again, I think you were all incredibly clear and frequently said consistency and equitable, and all of that was supposed to be across the board. You were very clear about that. These are the professionals we're working with, and I think that in this instance, they can be, I don't know if they'll write it exactly how we'd like to in regulation, but I do know that they come together as, you know, the biology team, and they say at open school night, I'm gonna do this percentage for tests and this percentage for that. Maybe after hearing all of these conversations and all of this, they'll take this into consideration and make it part of a regulation. I don't know if it'll be the regulation with specificity, I guess is the issue. We would be rolling the dice. And I think that the fact of the matter that we're saying consistency and equitable, I think we have to trust that they can work through that. I know that it has happened in times. And I'll be honest, I haven't heard of a student being injured yet when the teacher is making and I don't mean injured, I haven't heard the negativity or see the negativity or for these examples that are listed here. Graded test corrections, I've seen that as a benefit. Offering extra credit assignments, I've seen teachers give extra credit assignments because they want to help a student enhance their grade because they deserve it or the whole class deserves it. And maybe I'm looking at this in the wrong way, but I think from a global perspective, this just seems like something that we're never ever going to be able to monitor and we're never going to be able to enforce, so why put it in with such specificity? And again, I'm one person, and we can talk about, I mean, that's just my feeling. I feel there are other things in here that are more specific than I would prefer. For some reason, this one just feels it's in the classroom. It's telling the teacher what they can and cannot do, is how I really feel.
Perhaps there's a way to kind of balance the interests here and incorporate this into the paragraph above where we talk about the opportunities being substantially similar, because the intent of that was to give teachers the flexibility they need to address individual classroom needs and needs of individual students while also ensuring equitable treatment.
I highlighted that.
So maybe we can just work on the language there a little and get rid of a paragraph.
And I had actually crossed out, and I had said similarly, practices that enable a student to improve a grade, e.g. blah, 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 and I'll use the same language, shall be substantially similar to ensure equitable, et cetera, et cetera.
Across sections, not across sections, but anyway, similar, whatever you want to say, yeah.
Dr. Posse, is that okay with you?
Yeah, I think the concept was the substantially similar, concept. So perhaps there's a way to pull some language, condense some language, highlight that point. This way it doesn't get lost.
I want to just raise a fear, which is that, you know, right now, we heard a lot of teachers speaking about how teachers understand the individual situations of students, and I think this is kind of a little bit, like, I'm kind of coming around a little bit to like Ms. Epstein's point on this, which is that teachers understand the individual situation of students, and maybe a teacher sees like a student that there's some special circumstance, they need an extra credit assignment to be able to boost their grade, and the teacher discretionarily offers that to the class or something like that. And I think that that's like a good thing that we wouldn't necessarily want to have hampered. The issue is when it's one teacher and there's another teacher who just would never do that, right? And it's really luck of the draw, and there's winners and losers depending on which class you get in. So I think that the very delicate nature of this is the law of unintended consequences, and that when we do this, we actually harm students more than we help students, so that everyone adopts the stricter policy instead of everyone adopting the more fair policy. So I think that while I'm like philosophically in alignment with this concept, I just think that we should tread extremely carefully in the law of unintended consequences on that. And I don't know how to say that though in a policy.
I think that's what we struggled with, was recognizing that there are moments that teachers go out of their way to really help a student, thrive in a moment that maybe they're having trouble with. And we recognize that that happens on a daily basis. But it's the consistent approach of, for example, 3 math classes where, I can remember I had one student that was able to hand in corrections and wind up with 100 at the end, and then my other child that never had that opportunity because of a different teacher. So that's the struggle of if it's institutionalized versus teachers thinking of the different students in front of them.
Because to me, I think what I would envision is like the proper execution of this policy by your intention is that all of the teachers of a particular subject area would, not necessarily in the department, but like, Math 9 or whatever, right, would speak to each other, and they would kind of come up with a collaborative and fair grading rubric. That's what you're imagining. And I would like to think that that's what's going to happen. And in which case, I think that it's okay. The question is if it's just like not handled that way and it's handled in a different way, or there's resentment from this policy being put down. That's like, I think it's really going to be interesting how it gets carried out in the building.
That doesn't mean that as a board we don't try to frame a philosophy and we tried really hard to frame a very high-level framework, I'll just say it again, of fairness and consistency, because we haven't been seeing it. We've been hearing from parents. We heard about it in the curriculum committee meeting last year. We're hearing it through emails. We're hearing it from students. So we're trying to not harm anybody, including teachers, educators, staff, but we're also trying to fix what we keep hearing are issues that people have been asking the board to address. And we're trying to thread a very fine needle, right? Or whatever it is, whatever, we're trying to thread the needle. And not make it impossible for the staff, but also provide guidelines, same that we did with the homework, right? We're hearing that students still have too much homework. We could say that our homework policy isn't working, but it doesn't mean we don't have a homework policy. It's still important to have these things because somewhere along the line, somebody will say, the policy's not being followed, and then we have to go back and say, where is it not being followed, why? But it doesn't mean we give up. Right? Okay, so.
I'm not suggesting it. Again, these were just comments and questions.
Yeah, but it's important to address them because that's why we're here. It's not just that everybody talk and move on. It's to find solutions and make this a good document, so.
Okay, so moving beyond that, on page 3.
Can I add something on that point? Do you mind? So first of all, an amazing amount of work went into this document. Thank you for doing it. I don't think philosophically there's anything I disagree with here. You really put a lot of work into thinking about who we want to be as a district, what are our goals, what are our aspirations, and there's nothing there that I think you got wrong, and I think you did a really amazing job of putting a lot of it into words. So the things I want to discuss are not the philosophy. The philosophy I'm on board with. But just jumping in on this point, I happen to agree with Julie on this one because of the unintended consequences only. Because I think that when I think about the classrooms where I know what's going on in the classroom, I think we could have it look like we are regulating against things that we don't want to regulate against, right? Like, for example, a classroom where the teacher, the day before the test, has the students play Jeopardy, and the winning team, because they're sitting in tables, gets an extra point or 2 on the test. Is that now against this policy? I think it would be, right? And I think those kind of things where it's something that is something different that that particular teacher's doing, that's part of that teacher's classroom, that's that teacher's personality, and the other class in the same subject is doing something slightly different, those kind of differences are fine and aren't what we're meaning to capture. And so, but we have to be very careful, right? I know there's a classroom in the middle school where there's a basketball and there's an extra point if you make the basket, right? Those kind of little things are not what we're getting at. We're not trying to make the experience the same in that way. What we're really trying to do is make sure it's fair, right? And it's a very hard thing to capture, so this really isn't a criticism, and I didn't even think about this until I read this and thought about the implications of it, because the issue really is if you have, you know, subject X with this teacher and subject X with this other teacher, and in one class all the students are getting B's, and in the other class all the students are getting A's, like something's going wrong, either academically or grading wise, and so how do we address that and how do we get at that? But I do think that this language needs to be tweaked.
So, I'm listening. Are you volunteering to tweak? Or we can tweak offline.
Let me think about it. Because I understand what you were getting at, right? This is not, you know, none of these philosophical points, as Ms. Malwani alluded to initially, like, none of these are points that we're making because we think there aren't any teachers who get this or who are here, right? Hopefully the majority of our teachers would philosophically agree with a lot of the principles that are here, if not all of them. The issue is making sure that students are receiving the same experience and being treated fairly, even if any differences in the treatment are inadvertent and not purposeful. That's what you're trying to get at, but I will think about the wording. I'm going to hand it back to Julie and I have other comments.
Thank you. Appreciate the input.
Sorry, page 3 under section 4, final exams and state mandated summative assessments. Again, I understand what you're trying to accomplish here. This is the second paragraph, which talks about to support student well-being and avoid over-testing. The practice of summative double testing at the end of a course is highly discouraged. Then you go down. Accordingly, when a student is required to take a state-mandated summative assessment in order to receive course credit or meet state-level graduation requirement, a locally developed final exam should not be administered in this course. Well, in one breath, at least to me, how it reads is that we're highly discouraging the practice of double testing at the end of a course, and that, but if there is the opportunity, so it's only highly discouraged, but then if there is a regent or a required exam at the end, you should not be administering it. So I feel it just creates, it's not an inherent contradiction, but it does create a lot of confusion how it's worded. And I know what the intent that you're trying to do is the double testing. Again, I don't have a suggestion, unfortunately, and I can think about a suggestion, but how this is, to me, I would not know what to do.
And does anybody want to speak to that? Because I don't want to hold the mic. No? Okay. So I know this is a concept that Dr. Posse brought to us to say that it was good practice to avoid the over-testing. We actually heard from students who are taking AP courses, they're up to their eyeballs. And I understand that you're saying is highly discouraged, sounds strongly discretionary, strongly not discretionary, but it's not a mandate. Right. We're not saying that the practice is not permitted. I think we originally had not permitted, and we changed it to highly discouraged. And so really, I think that this is a recommendation that we should ask Dr. Posse what he thinks, and you don't have to answer us now, but I understand that there's a conflict here. Is it permitted? Is it not permitted? Is it discouraged? Is it discretionary? What is it? And we need to fix that.
Yeah, I think we can clarify this, and I think the language does get a little muddy. That second sentence is really a parenthetical, i.e., right? It's explanatory about what the first sentence means. And we did have a very extensive discussion about highly discouraged versus prohibited. And we came to this language because it is directly aligned with the current practice at Schreiber, which is that teachers are not expected to give final exams when state mandated summative assessments are given. That's at least in the new grading policy FAQ.
So is that also in the student handbook already? Because if it's in the handbook, then why, it doesn't need to be in this policy, correct?
It is only in the FAQ document at the moment.
And it's in the policy because the handbook can always change. Remember, we're trying to keep this policy for the ages until another committee decides to change or another board. So we're trying to create the template for what will flow through this into the handbook, not vice versa.
So again, I would say that's probably regulation then. Wouldn't this be a regulation statement? Especially if you're going to choose the should not versus the highly discouraged, is this a statement that goes in regulation?
I think what we probably didn't make clear here is that the second sentence is really trying to explain the first sentence. Yeah, so I don't think it's about regulation. I think it's just that we didn't write it as clearly as we could have.
I mean, perhaps we can just take another stab at it and streamline and see if we get to something that actually is clearer and not regulatory.
And then last but not least, and I appreciate you guys going through this with me, page 4 under weighting of courses. Again, this is, it talks about ensuring that it's comparable across a graduating cohort. I have just heard, I just want to make sure when we're putting this in that this is something that can be implemented with our system, because in the event that we have to use our electronic system and another system outside of that, we have now created, I think, a greater possibility for human error. And then you will have unintended consequences on situations, especially if the main grade book is contained. Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, we are still investigating with the student information system as to whether or not it's possible to do something on the back end to allow that to happen. But you'll remember that that was the primary concern right from the get-go, was that the reason that the PGCD committee had recommended that we the reason that we decided that we were going to implement it in this timeline was because we viewed it as a cleaner implementation model with less human error. Since then, of course, we've heard that comparing within a cohort is what is perhaps what's more important. So we were trying to figure out if there's a way to do that. We don't have the answer to that as of now.
And I will tell you, since you've listened, you know, but in committee, the committee's focus is on the students and what is fair and right for the students. And I think I even remarked, had we been 10 years ago or 20 years ago when grades were just going in the grade books, this would not have been an issue. And why should the students be, I'll use the word penalized loosely, I don't know another word to use, so that sentiment, why should the technology drive what's fair for the students? We need the fairness to drive what's fair for the students. So I understand the conundrum. We grappled with that.
And I heard you.
To land on the side of the students.
I understand, again, but I looked at, I knew you all looked at students the entire time. I'm looking at really unintended consequences, right, in some of this, and I know that you all balance those as well. So I appreciate the thorough discussion that was had in every single meeting, and even about some of the issues that I brought up today. I know you've discussed some of them. I just was sharing my questions and comments, and I appreciate taking the time to answer them.
Happy to answer them. It makes me futz my brain a little bit. But sometimes when I answer, it's also because I know there are people who are listening who haven't been at all the policy committee meetings where this has been discussed for an hour and a half, and in the last meeting for 2 hours, time after time. So.
Does anyone else have more questions? I think there's also a lot to follow up on. Do you want to start asking questions, or do you want to do them offline? However you want.
I don't need to say anything offline. I won't say anything offline. I'm just going to give my opinion on the policy for the first read. So I'm just going to reiterate what I mentioned in December, whenever like the original draft was given to us, like the rough draft. And I'll preface with this, that the committee has done a lot of work. And I understand as a board and as a committee, our job is to listen to all stakeholders, not a single stakeholder. And I think that that is what you guys have done. I think you've taken input from all stakeholders, parents, students, staff, and administrators, who are also the staff, who are also the professionals, who we rely on their opinion as well. So I think that you had a very difficult job this year, and I appreciate the draft that you put on for first read. And I really do mean that, like, it is a difficult job for us as a board to listen to the professionals when we are not one of them. But as a board, we listen to multiple professionals. We have to listen to our superintendent, to our cabinet, to the teachers, to the TAs, to custodians, everyone, clerical, when making and thinking of any policy. And I think you guys really attempted that. With that said, I'm still going to reiterate what I said in December. For me, this reads in multiple sections like regulation. Ms. Epstein pointed out multiple spots where it reads as regulation. I don't think it's lengthy as far as because you've put in too much. I think it adds like a lot of perspective, and the intent is good, and some of it could get truncated. But for me, it still reads as regulation. I would have been fine with the original document, the original policy, with a few additions. And for us as a board to be more on top of what the review looks like after the fact. What does the regulation look like? I think I brought it up that I would have appreciated seeing a regulation with the policy back in December. For us as a board, we ask for updates all the time. We ask for reports all the time. I feel that some of the items of the concern from the community For instance, the issue of our information system, to not be able to differentiate between a cohort, and that be the reason why we can't, differentiate of when we enforce the weighted grading, right? So like, for me, that wasn't so acceptable of a response back when we heard it. And that's just an update we could follow up on. And just to confirm, is it being implemented? Like for this year, knowing the concern is the change in the weight occurring until, I think it was going to be in next, I don't remember the timeline, but it's not technically being implemented until we figure out the information system, right? Like, it's not this year.
I don't know that it's dependent, I can't speak to why it will happen.
She's saying in the list.
No, in the list, it says AP and honors courses, that weighting is scheduled to be implemented September 2026, so it has not been implemented.
Yep. So again, until we have information to know our student information system absolutely in no way possible can do what we're kind of looking for, then I just think it's one of these things that there's a lot of the concern from the community that we as a board could follow up and ask for more regular updates, that being one of them, so that it's not necessarily a technicality of why something has to be done. When I was on the policy last year, there was many of the special education policies that we reviewed, and I thought that was great. There were many instances that I wanted to add more, that I wanted to do more, and our attorneys said, do not. There's a requirement, there's the word choice of shall. We discussed the 22nd birthday and what day that we would choose. And for me, I left it at that, and I'm waiting to see implementation. I'm waiting to see what do these policies look like in practice. Yes, there's feedback about inconsistency, but we have a new superintendent that we have yet to see how we have a potential of a new math director position that we don't know what consistency could look like. So for me, that's my opinion. I don't need to go offline and say like, tweak this. It's a general sentiment on the whole policy, but I understand why it was needed. I just feel that we could also ask for regulation at the same time to see what it might look like. We don't edit regulation, but what if it was already in regulation? So that would be my only, do we have a regulation? Are you about to tell me that?
No, there's no regulation. And that was a deficiency in the first policy, that there were no regulations for the grading policy. And I was chair then, I'm pretty sure. But I guess, are there examples that you can give that you see are regulation? Because what we try to do is keep it broad so that it could frame regulation. And so what are the things that you see, the way Ms. Epstein said, this reads as regulation to me, what are the things that you see that read as regulation that you would like to see tweaked?
Any component that you specify quantity, timeline, those all read regulation. So I don't know what page it is, but even the recommendation to add the elementary report cards, like even adding an amount of report cards is regulation, right? Like it should just say that there's report cards given to parents in a timely manner. The time frame of anything I'll stay with the ones that Ms. Epstein suggested as well.
Actually, Ms. Epstein was suggesting we put a number in for the number of report cards.
Except for that one where I just said, except the report card would be the only one to specify.
Sorry, I didn't hear you say that.
Yeah, specifying quantity reads very regulation.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody else?
So I apologize in advance because I feel like I'm going to add more confusion because I actually don't think it reads like regulation at all. I think it reads very much like policy, but a very detailed policy with all the philosophical underpinnings written out. And I think most of my feedback would be in the category of I'd like more specificity, which is the opposite of what you're hearing when you say this is too much like regulation. I mean, to me, and maybe we could ask for some guidance from council on this, but like to me, policy is the overview, this is the path we want to chart, these are the principles that we're living by, these are the rules we want to make that are going to guide you, and then regulation is specifics, and this seems like it falls into policy with me, for me. My concern is that there's so much of it that I worry that the basic, the specific things that we wanted to get to are getting buried in it. But I don't know, I think this is a really hard policy to write, right? Because I think that there's a lot of philosophical stuff that went into this decision and you managed to fit it all in. I don't know if there's a way to make it, I heard somebody say shorter. I don't know if there's a way to make it shorter, but it's not really even shorter that I'm getting at. It's that I think that policy has to be digestible and accessible, and I think the right ideas are here, and I agree with all of it, and I'm worried that for the average person who's coming along to look in a policy and figure out what our policy is on X, they have to do a lot of digesting to get to it, and that makes it hard for the public or staff or whoever to read the policy, and also opens the door for some unintended consequences if people are misinterpreting what things say.
I have a question.
Yeah.
And maybe it's because I'm trained to read things, but what is the issue with reading something that's 4 pages? I truly don't understand. Because I think our sexual harassment policy, or I can't remember which other one, I think is 14 pages long, and I would be very upset. That's law. It's law. That's fine, but I would be very upset to find out that we had a staff member who said this policy on harassment is too long. I don't want to read it. I can't accept that.
So you know I have no problem reading something 4 pages long, right? I don't have a problem with the length at all. I think my concern is, and to me it even could stay at the 5 pages, but the things that are specific in here, I think have to be clearer to a more casual reader, I guess is what I'm getting at, right? I think our sexual harassment policy, probably people are skimming. We probably have mandatory training, right? Like, I'm not saying we're not complying with everything that we're supposed to comply with on sexual harassment training, but I think very often when we have our various stakeholders going to policy, they're looking for an answer, and maybe, look, your intellectual point is right? People should be able to read a paragraph and digest it, but I think that I'm wondering if there's something that we can do to make the details more clear, and maybe that comes in with regulation, because I think there are a lot of issues in here where I see the implication of it, and I think we all understand the implication of it, but it won't be obvious to somebody reading quickly. And maybe that comes in regulation, but we kind of have to make sure that it's there.
I'm not against, just so everybody understands, I'm not against trying to make it more concise, if it can be made more concise. I'm simply saying I don't accept that it's 4 pages long as being a reason to make it concise. If there are ways to make it concise where meaning is not lost, I'm all for that. I'm willing to hear from anybody who can help with that process, whether on the committee or from administration. Administration spoke with the PGCD grading subcommittee. They pointed out where things were too long or things didn't make sense or were confusing. Administration worked on that version of a draft, brought back to us a much more condensed version. I'm not against having it be shorter. I don't want it to be shorter for shorter sake, right? I think, and I'm now not speaking as a chairperson, I'm speaking just as a board member, it's important. The things, we can't lose the important stuff in here is what I'm saying. If there's a way to make it shorter, I'm all for it. I don't want the reason to be because it's 4 pages long and we want it to be 3. Like, it's not like a high school paper where.
I hear your point.
I agree with you, and I'm definitely not saying, the core of my point is not it needs to be shorter. The core of my point is, like, if I'm reading this to say how do we treat Regents exams, it has to be clearer and more obvious to people.
I hear your point, and I take it as a point around usability. This has to be a document that somebody can pick up and understand and take to their classroom and put to work. And I hear you. I also hear Ms. Brooks' point that, editing for editing's sake is not the goal. And we can work on streamlining it and retaining the most salient points so that this is a usable document and not just a lot of nice words that live in a policy book that nobody ever opens.
And certainly have always appreciated input from Dr. Shields and Dr. Posse, who have brought back comments from the subcommittee.
And I just to bring this home, just because it's getting late, what are you looking to accomplish out of today? So I think there's been a lot of discussion around this first read. Do you feel like there's enough to go back and bring it back? How do you propose proceeding? Because I don't think we're going to accomplish too much more tonight.
I think there's enough to work with if everybody has said what they want to say. If everybody hasn't said what they want to say, then it's not enough.
I guess, I mean, I have things I want to say.
So if everybody has said it, then it's enough.
I guess my real question is, does anyone have everything, has everyone said everything they want to say that's germane to moving forward tonight? Yeah.
I kind of, I hate to say this because I think, Deborah, you tried very hard in our first conversation about this to not be right here where we are right now, but I still hear some differences in how we think a policy should read, right? Like my comment that I need the specific stuff to be clearer is the opposite of this reads too much like regulation already. And so I think you should answer Adam's question, but my concern is we also, if we're sending it back to the policy committee, we need to be clear about what we're asking them to do so that it's not that we're spinning around.
I think that's very hard to kind of filter what everybody has to say now at 12 o'clock at night when a lot of people have said a lot of different things. But I think to Jessica's point, I think you've heard what everybody said, and kind of echoing what Ms. Alvarez said is clearly there's a lot of stakeholders in the community who have put a lot of feedback into this, and I think it's very clear in this board discussion that we're taking all stakeholder input very seriously and trying to balance all of that, and I think it should give a certain degree of reassurance to the community that this is not something that we're taking lightly. And even though, with that being said, though, I don't think we should belabor it now because I just don't think we're going to get very far. So the question is, do you guys have you heard enough of various people's input that you guys can take another stab at this? But I don't want to send you guys back to the drawing board because we'll never end.
I think we don't need to go back to committee. Everything here, everything that we can do to the draft, including with Dr. Shields and Dr. Cossey, can be done now offline.
And then brought back.
And
here,
brought back
maybe
here.
for another second read.
Yes, however, however many reads. But when you say, is it enough? It's enough for me if I've heard from everybody on the board and their concerns. That's what we're here for, so that's why I couldn't answer you. But if everybody here has voiced their concerns, then we have enough.
Do you say you had stuff that you wanted to point out?
No, I said I could, but I think that, like, again, I think that it's very hard to, for as many stakeholders as there are in the community, there's also like 7 stakeholders here on the board, and I think it's like unbelievably difficult to come to a consensus on a one-page policy. We had a hard time getting to a consensus on one paragraph of Bogart, so I think it's 7 people, so I think it's very hard to come to, like, how do you get the board's consensus on a 4-page grading policy? So I'll just say that my personal guiding philosophy on this would be that we're trying to ensure equitable application of policy, of grading policy across the district, right? That's consistent application of assessment and grading across the district. That's my guiding principle, and I trust you guys to work with the administration to deliver the best version of that we can.
That's what we've been doing.
Yeah. That's why I didn't say anything. Anybody else? Okay. Moving on, we have no old business. Unfortunately, we do have new business. Are there any nominations for BOCES? I will make some nominations. How about Mr. Larry Greenstein, Ms. Deborah Coates, and Ms. Jean Desposito? Do we have any seconds? So I'll do the resolution. Ms. Epstein. Okay. There are 3 resolutions on the agenda. I'm not going to read them, but we can take a vote on them. This is item 20.1. They're listed. It's 3 resolutions for the election of Larry Greenstein, Deborah Coates, and Ms. Jean. Can I take the vote and then people can speak?
I just wanted to tell Mary Beth.
Okay.
Mary Beth, it's important for this, since this is your first time, we have to accurately for each one do the yes and the no. So that's why it's written that way on the agenda. Does that make sense? You're welcome.
So for the first, I'm going to go, if I can get all the yeses for Larry Greenstein to raise their hand. So you have everybody's. Yeah, there's 3 seats open. So we're not, so that's all 3. Next, can I get a show of hands for yes for Ms. Deborah Coates? 7. That's everybody. And for Ms. Jean Desposito, yes, 7. So you have to write, I think, everybody's name on the yes column in the final minutes. Okay.
And these are nominations. The vote
Correct. These are
is
just nominations, correct?
April. Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, we're going to move to our second opportunity for the community to be heard. Same instructions as earlier. I did not see anybody signed in, but if anybody does wish to speak, the floor is open. No obligation to speak. Ms. McLean.
Given the late hour, I will do my best not to read this entire thing that I've written. I just want to, I don't know if you all noticed this, but I wanted to point out, in case you didn't notice, you spent more time discussing water coolers that cost $20 per month than the budget, I believe, which is, I forget how many millions of dollars. So just something to think about. I'm just going to, I'll probably write you an email, but I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about the grading. I just want to clarify something. I heard a few things several times. The subcommittee did not look at the draft of the grading policy. The co-chairs, along with me and the principal of Schreiber, Katie Bear, looked at the draft. That committee is a high school committee. It was the co-chairs of the high school committee. Neither the elementary grading committee nor the middle school grading committee has looked at the policy. The policy was only posted publicly Monday night, so there's not been sufficient time for them to read it and get feedback to us. Another thing that I heard several times was equity regarding the grading policy. I believe you're confusing equity with equality. Equality means everybody gets the same thing. Equity means everyone gets what they need. Your policy seems to be striving for equality and not equity. And I heard one point someone said they don't want to harm teachers. Let me be clear, there's nothing in this policy that's going to harm teachers. Our concern is that it may have unintended consequences for students. That is our concern. We are not concerned about being harmed. Thank you.
Do we have any additional speakers? Is that your statement? Yeah. Okay, so add Tessa. Okay. Okay, so we are not going to recess to executive session. Do you want to, Ms. Brooks? Okay.
I want to stay here till tomorrow?
Okay.
2 minutes, 2 minutes.
So many things I could say now. Okay. We will see you at our next meeting on April 14th at 6:30 p.m. with the public session beginning at 7:30. Motion to adjourn, Ms. Brooks. All in favor? 7-0. We are adjourned.